Mic test. Mic test. There we go. It's kind of funny how much static just plugging in the headset makes. Hello everybody watching this in the future, because no one's watching this now, of course. Do you think I have a big enough fan base for that? Today I will be finishing up the river. I did quotations in real life just now. In my end base, which is the part I'm working on right now is over there. I've done a lot of work off camera. Alright, I was going to grab a... Oh, okay. Because I accidentally trampled that. I've done a lot of work off camera and also a lot of work on camera because I actually uploaded... I finished half of it already beforehand. Most of it, like half of it was done... Half of that half was done off camera, but I took pictures, and the other half was done in 8x speed, which was still an hour long. So, who knows how long this is going to take. But I've already done a lot of work on the other half. I've mostly filled the center, which is most of the water, and I've not done anything on the sides yet. So today we'll be finishing up the center and filling up the sides, which hopefully shouldn't take too long. I noticed that, like, the reason that previous stream was so long, besides for me just rambling about random things, I was definitely doing it inefficiently. I could have done it way better. Instead of, like, making the separate dividing walls, I didn't need to do that. All I needed to do was make a giant, like, layer of cobblestone and then fill it up. And that's what I did for the side layers, but I didn't do it for the center, so that took forever. Do I not have space? No, I don't. Well, I'll put that back. And I'm going to show you what this lava wall is for. Just spamming the circle button. There we go. You may notice I'm at a lower XP than I was before, because I drowned in the end. Don't ask me how that happens. Not paying attention, that's what happens. How did I drown in 3 blocks of water? I don't know. I almost drowned again as well because my controller died when I was in the water and I almost died again. Just shows you how much XP you lose when you die, because I had like 40 something levels and only got like 6 or 7 back. Kind of ridiculous. I got 10 back, I don't know, because I have used some of them for name tags. So I will show you. If you weren't here for the last stream, if you didn't see the last one, this is what I'm currently working on. My base in the end. And this is what I did mostly off camera last time. Let's go down there. And this is what I'm going to do today, by the way, before I do that. A lot of this has changed, as you can see, if you're familiar with this. There used to be a roof over this so glow squids can spawn. I got rid of the roof because it was unnecessary. Plus, I have a lot of glow squids over there now because they would spawn right there under the bridge. Basically, for glow squids to spawn, they need a roof over their head, they need to be at a certain depth, and they need to be in water. This is the right depth. If I had a roof over the head, they would spawn if there was water. And there's always a roof over their head because of the bridge now, so that was kind of unnecessary. And I've expanded that a lot. Made the first little areas. Haven't filled that up yet because I want to do that today. Definitely need to make some pickaxes though. Last stream, I finished the center, I believe, and started work on this half, or this quarter. This third, more accurately. And then I did the rest of that off camera, took pictures, and then I did the rest of that third on camera, off stream. Then I also modified the bridge to allow me to go down more instead of just going up. Oh. I guess, yeah, it was like they should be able to spawn on that side too of the bridge. You can see this is what the fence is for. It's so they don't beach themselves and kill themselves like that. Before into that, just now, they'd all been spawning on that end of the bridge, but I guess one decided to spawn there now. And in the future, I plan on making like a dock, so I can put like boats in here. But it'll go over the fence, so it'll be like made of slabs. Yeah, they would usually spawn here, and I had a hole in the fence so I could bring more squids in. There's 10 name tagged squids in here, and in that pen on the other side there's 8, so there's 18 total. They will spawn in when I get close, as you can see, so should be 10 in here. They all have random squid related names, like either science facts or pop culture references or whatever. Like, what is this one? Bioluminescence. Funny enough, there was 2 that I name tagged over on this area, like the first ones that spawned there before I realized they would kill themselves, were Poor Fossil Record and Whale Bait, as in reference to giant squids versus sperm whales. They died, so I could learn that I needed to fence them in. And then I after the last 2 of these 10 I did were named that again. So technically those would be Whale Bait and Poor Fossil Record the second. But I'm not going to name them that because that's ridiculous. But that's a funny little fact. Yeah, they can't get on top of the fence. So that's good. So today will involve me filling the rest of these sides, the rest of the center, and making this fence. Whether or not I'll do all of that today, I don't know, but I'll definitely do most of it. So, see, I need to make a bunch of new pickaxes though, and I need to obviously make the bread out of this wheat. Won't need to spend too much time, like obviously I'm gonna need to make more fences, but I do have a bunch of fences in this chest, which was the chest that used to be right there with the name tags, but because I was like, well, this is gonna be underwater eventually, and here's the spare name tags that I haven't used yet, and I probably won't use. So I probably need way more fences than this, but it's a start. Hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving. I don't know what Thanksgiving it would be by the time you watch this. It could be a year from now, so it could be next Thanksgiving, for all I know. Or years from now. No matter what, I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving if you celebrate that. My Thanksgiving was kind of boring, but that's generally how it happens around here. We don't really do anything. Nothing special. Yeah, I need to get more wood. It's crazy, that's that amount of bread. Wheat only makes 25 bread. Why do I have ladders? I don't need these. Those are from me destroying the roof, that's right. Kind of wish I didn't, like I had a bunch of excess cobblestone, so I smelted it. But I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't, because I kind of needed that to finish up what I was working on, like the preparations for this stream. Gotta turn on the volume a little more. Turn up the volume. Okay. The funny thing, I was just playing with only one earphone. One half of the headphones on, which is the one with the microphone. Let's put these away. It'd be nice if someone showed up in this stream eventually, but that's not guaranteed. For all I know, I could be streaming this for 6 hours and no one will show up. But the last stream was nice. Got to talk to, what the heck is wrong with me? Talk to a few people. Unfortunately, I don't have PS Plus right now, so, and this is a single player world anyway, so I wouldn't let anyone on to begin with. Unless it was a copy, but at that point I wouldn't be doing anything. So, because it wouldn't save, so. So it's kind of redundant to do that. Is that the lava making that noise? I guess so. I just never usually play with high volume. Like, whenever I'm playing this off camera, I'm usually playing without a headset with low volume on. Because, like, there's people in this house usually. I don't want to annoy them with Minecraft sounds, or especially GBO2 sounds. That game is loud. And when I had PlayStation Plus, I would sometimes play Battlefront, so that's another very loud game. It's kind of fun, like, when I first started streaming, like, God, 7 years ago? Is that right? Yeah. When I started to play, like, my first few years of playing PS4, and even like all my years of PS3, I never played the game with low volume ever. And I'm just like, yeah, but at least I had my own like playroom on the upper floor of my house of the time. So it's like most people were downstairs. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it's just funny that like I step in water for a second, I hear underwater sounds. The funny thing about the end is one of its tracks is like a distorted version of some of the classic Minecraft songs. I know Minecraft songs, but I don't really know them well by name because a lot of them are very like, it's like Mice on Venus and other things like that. It's just some interesting names. Like obviously these songs have probably been in the game since the end was added. There's no new songs in the end as of yet. I don't see them adding new ones until an eventual end update, whenever that happens. I was reading for whatever reason, like I think last night I was thinking, oh yeah, it was funny that for Transformers, Iron Fist was put into both IDW's Last Stand of the Wreckers and one of FunPub's comics around the same time, and they had no idea both of them were going to use the same character. because they both use the character because, hey, it's a super obscure character that no one's going to expect us to use. So it was kind of funny that they both used him at the same time. But I was like, so I read his page again, because I've definitely read it before. And I was like, though I don't think I've read it since they added the new Iron Fist figure. And one of the funny notes at the end was, Iron Fist, Venom, Wasp from Animated, and was that it? Like I came up with a fourth character for this. Don't, just like those characters, like don't expect him to go by his original name anytime soon, because those all those figures or all those characters, whenever they get a new toy or new merchandise of any kind, they go by a different name now, because obviously those are all Marvel names. Though in Venom's case, at least, the character Venom did not exist yet when that toy was made originally, so that there's an excuse for that one, but like, another character I thought about this would be like, oh yeah, Electro from G2. It's like, you really decided, yes, let's use Marvel names in G2. I'm like, these characters have existed for at least a decade or plus by that point, or decades in some situations, and I'm just like, you really thought, like, sure, Iron Fist, I could see how they got away with that, because like, hey, this is a European exclusive toy, they probably don't care about the same copyright system. They probably don't care about the same copyright system we do. They don't have the same copyright. That's probably what I should be saying. But I think that's probably changed in the last 30 years. But Electro was just a weird one. I'm like, how did you get away with this? I get it. Marvel was going bankrupt almost during that period of time. But it's like, isn't this around the time that... Well, I think it was actually a few years later, that the 90s Spider-Man TV show came out. And I'm like, really? I'm pretty sure Electro was in that. I could be wrong, but I'm sure he was in other Spider-Man TV portrayals previously. So it's just a little weird. Little strange. So yeah, it's like, I was thinking, oh, wouldn't it be funny, like, just before I did the stream, it's like, I have the new Venom toy, or Venom. I have Electro's latest toy, Electrons, which even then I'm like, they still had to call it Autobot Electrons. I'm like, couldn't you just call it Autobot Electro if you have to have Autobot in the name? Like, it's like with the Constructicons for Combiner Wars, they had all the names correct, but they had Constructicon in front of it, which means they didn't actually have the trademarks for those without that. Not Auto. Did I say Decepticon? Or not Constructicon. They had Constructicon at the front of it because they didn't actually have like the name Mixmaster or Scrapper. I don't know if they have those trademarks yet or not. I didn't really pay attention to the newest Constructicons from this year, whether or not they were named Constructicon Scrapper or Scrapper, for instance, because that's the only one I have. I'll have to look at that again. But I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I posted on the group chat that the community tab that I post to? It would be like, I don't have the new Electro, or not Electro, the new Iron Fist yet, or Physitron. Though I wouldn't mind having him. It's just like, I kind of hope they would make a G1 Toy Colors one, because the newest one is based on his IDW colors, which I find strange, because like, he's the only character in Last Stand of the Records, to my knowledge, that had their colors drastically changed. All the other ones were still as vibrant as they normally were. So I'm like, why is he going from this like gold, green, and blue, and pink to gray and yellow with a little bit of blue. I'm like, this is so much more dull looking. Why did you change it? A little strange. Especially when like his previous two toys, excluding his original, were in those toy colors. His animated BotCon toy and his Collectors Club subscription service, technically I think a line continuity toy, were both in toy colors. So I'm like, I get it, you're trying something different, but personally I would have preferred if he was in his toy colors, because it looks much nicer to me. And who knows, they put a lot of effort into him. He has a new head, some retooling to the vehicle mode, new weapons, so I'm like, they put a lot of effort into him, so I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to repaint him again, just so they can at least get 2 uses out of all that stuff. Like, I don't know, if they ever did like a Euro G1 / Euro G2 wave at like Walmart or something, that would be an easy one to do. That wave could include like, well actually if it was Euro G2, well I guess if it was Euro G1 specific, because you could have like the leader class be like Skysquake or Stalker. You could have obviously that Iron Fist. What would be another one? I'm trying to think of ones they could do. They could somehow try to get a Thunder Clash out, but I feel like that would be a Commander class. Or at least its own mold. What's some other ones? Like, there's plenty of obscure Euro G1 / Euro G2 figures. The reason I'm saying Euro G1 and Euro G2 is that Europe had Transformers that were unique to them for 1991 and 1993. G2 started in the US in 1993. I guess technically late 1992. Like very late, like holiday season 92. But most people start. It pretty much started in 1993. And there is some overlap, but for 1993, the European toys were released with G2 faction symbols, but they did not come in G2 styled packaging. Because maybe miscommunication or something between Hasbro, like proper, and Hasbro Europe, or Hasbro UK. I don't know what the division was called. Some of those toys that were designed for the European market would get released in G2 in the US. One of the most notable ones being Rapido. But they would get changes, like the original European releases had, and they technically, Rapido's Euro G1 and his US G2 releases came out the same year, but I think the European release, he was designed for the European market, and his European release may have came out first. I could be wrong though, because obviously this was 32 years ago, so it's kind of that information's not easy to come by if it isn't super well like notified. So like if that's not written in the wiki entry, it's gonna be a little difficult to figure out if that's truly the case. It's like I don't know if people kept track of when specific things came out back then, like what month, what day. For all I know, they all came out at the same time at some random part of the year. It's like a part of me wonders, is like, was the Lost World Jurassic Park Series 1, which is all the Lost World Jurassic Park figures from 1997, did they all come out at the same time, or did they all come out in separate waves, but they're still part of Series 1 because it's year 1? Because, like, that's a lot of product to come out at the same time. But because it's related to a movie, for all I know, it could have been all at once. But I don't know, because it's not written anywhere. Like, I don't think the JP Toys forum has month released in, like, the description page of that product, so it's of some of those products, so it's just like, it's kind of funny. Like, I don't know, I don't think anyone really, if anyone did pay attention to this and wrote it on a forum back in the day, it's like, those forums probably don't exist anymore because that was 28 years ago. So it's kind of funny to think about. Why did that play when I switched camera perspectives? I guess it's because I'm putting my face under the water. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Like, I know that when I was watching a video like a few years ago, someone mentioned like a Jurassic Park video, because obviously if you see my channel profile picture, and even it's the same as my my PSN profile picture. I like Jurassic Park. One of the first things I ever collected was Jurassic Park figures. If not the first thing I like seriously collected was Jurassic Park stuff. But one of the funniest things was like, oh yeah, they talked about like this forum, like this Jurassic Park fan forum from the mid to late 90s still existed, at least at the time of the video being made, which is probably like 5 years ago, so I don't know if it still does, but it's like a snapshot in time where people are writing and discussing how they feel about the Lost World Jurassic Park. And it's like, because yes, technically that movie is called The Lost World Jurassic Park, not Jurassic Park The Lost World. That's how the toy commercials said it, and technically if you read it, like, from the highest point of the poster to the lowest, I'm pretty sure it is The Lost World, like, comes first in that, so. But people call it Jurassic Park The Lost World. It's like, sure, that movie's still a little divisive, like, especially the time where, is it Kelly? I believe is her name. I could be wrong. Gymnastics kicks a velociraptor and impales him on a stick. It's like, that's a little weird. But otherwise, that movie's pretty good. It is kind of funny. It's like, people hated on Jurassic Park 3 for the longest time, and I still understand, like, that movie is not that great. But especially when you understand what happened to it production-wise. Like, that movie is a mess. But it's still pretty entertaining. I wouldn't say it's a terrible movie. It's not great. Don't get me wrong. It's not great. And it is definitely still the worst of the 3 Jurassic Park films. But, I don't know. I didn't mind Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and Jurassic World, what was it? Dominion? Is it Dominion? Yeah. I didn't mind those 2 movies. Sure, they have flaws. But it's like, I don't know. I still preferred them over, like, Star Wars Episode 9, which had a very similar scenario to what Jurassic Park 3 had, where the script was thrown out at, like, Jurassic Park 3 was made by, they wrote a script, they made the animatronics and the props for it, but then they threw the script out I think on purpose as well, just as they were starting filming for whatever reason, because it was just that kind of director. Which I think it was directed by the same guy that designed Boba Fett, actually. So that's like the guy that designed that character. So that's kind of funny. But is it Joe Johnston? I believe is his name. I could be wrong, but I think that sounds very correct to me. So they basically were just like, okay, we have these props, we have these filming locations, we have this sound stage. Let's try to think of a story on the fly. That's pretty much how that movie came to be after they threw the script out for whatever reason. Which is hilarious, but... And I wouldn't say it came out with a terrible product. Like, yeah, it's not great, but it's completely understandable when you know the conditions the production was under, whether it was self-inflicted or not. That's pretty much what happened to episode 9 of Star Wars as well. But I would still rather watch Jurassic Park 3 than Star Wars episode 9, to be honest. Like, I don't think I ever watched Jurassic Park 3 and said, what the heck were they thinking when they made this movie? Like, whereas, like, I watched Star Wars episode 9 at midnight when it came out in theaters with my dad, and I came out of it and was like, what the heck did we just watch? It was the first time, like, I wasn't even, like, intentionally looking at it with, like, a critical perspective, even though it's like, yeah, I was, like, obviously, with Disney Star Wars, it's something you kind of have to do after a while, but just because of how weird those movies turned out after a bit. But I wasn't even intentionally trying to do that, but I just did it anyway because it just was that strange. Like, it pretty much felt like, I think I said this at the time, it's like we took the fan fictions that people, and fan theories that people had been writing for the last 4 to 5 years, and put them all in one movie. Like, oh, Snoke is Palpatine, or whatever. Reylo as a thing. What was another one? I'm sure there was another third thing, but anyway, it's just like, really? But then when I realized, oh, they had a Jurassic Park 3 situation on their hands with this one. And it is definitely Disney's fault in this case, because it's like, you had a pretty decent screenplay, but then for whatever reason, you fired him, like, after he'd already been working on it for a year, and because of how, like, these movies were made back to back, because Disney wanted as much, money being made as quick as possible so they could make up for the purchase of Lucasfilm. So it's like they were usually working on 2 Star Wars movies at a time. So the fact that they wasted a year because they fired the guy that was working on it previously, so they only had 1 year to work on the movie. So like the start of 2019, they brought J.J. Abrams in. So they had to film that movie and release it the same year. And write the script at the same time. So it's no wonder it turned out that bad. So he probably only had like a month at most to think of the plot for that film. And even then, like, sure, he thought of a plot for a little bit, but like, according to the actors who worked on it, it was getting changed constantly. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't Snoke as Palpatine, it was Rey as a Palpatine. That was the fan theory that people had. And the only reason people had any sort of inkling of that, even though it was definitely not intentional, because even like Daisy Ridley had no idea like what they were actually going to go with for most of that movie's production. Not that they were keeping her in the dark, they just didn't know. Was because she stabbed Kylo and did a funny face. Like a funny looking face, during, like, their battle on Starkiller Base in Episode 7. Which is, it kind of mirrored what Palpatine did against Mace Windu, but I think it was more just a joke because it's like, it's just a coincidental thing. It's just something funny happened twice. Like something weirdly similar. But, like, this was the era where it was like, oh, Darth Jar Jar. Jar Jar is the Sith Lord all along. Type joke scenario. Which is kind of funny that, like, very recently, like, Star Wars has very much played into that joke. With, the Lego specials, and they even added Darth Jar Jar Binks to, Fortnite, which I find hilarious. I could have gotten that skin. I could have. I had, like, you had to, like, complete, like, get a certain amount of XP or whatever and do some challenges or something in order to just buy it. And I did all of that. Not like I was intending to do that. I don't know if there was challenges, maybe just XP, but I got all the XP that I needed for it. And I could have bought it, because I had the V-Bucks for it, but I was like, why the heck would I buy this? I'm never going to use this. It'd be funny to have, because it's like, I don't know if they're going to bring this out again, because it's definitely just like a joke scenario, like a joke skin. But it's just like, I'm never going to use this, so I never bought it. But it would be funny to have. But I decided, no, I'll hold on to my V-Bucks, because who knows, they'll bring another cool Star Wars skin out the next time, or I could use this on the next Battle Pass if there's something cool in it. I haven't played Fortnite most of this year. I think the last Fortnite video I made was 4-ish months ago. That was the last time I played it as well. And before that, the last one I did was like at the very beginning of the year. So I haven't played it much this year. I still have it downloaded, but I just haven't played it much, and I haven't updated it much either. I usually just keep its update paused, because I'm just not, I'm like, I don't want it to take up more space. I need that space for video clips. How long have I been streaming for already? Started when?
Been streaming.
How long has this been? Are you going to tell me? No. About 40 minutes or so, I guess. Yes, my goal at least today will be to finish at least that half and this. That will be at least the goal. Oh yeah, did I ever finish that thought about Electro and stuff? I don't think I did. What I would have done before I went on a tangent about Jurassic Park 3 and Episode 9, it would be like, I would post on that group chat whenever I get that new Electro, or that new Iron Fist, which I'm still not sure if I will get, but if I do get it, which I probably will, because I don't know if they will make a classic colored or Iron Fist or not. I would like them to, but I might just get that, and then if they do make a new one, I'll either sell the current Iron Fist, or I'll just put them on the standard Autobot shelf and put the other one on the foreign character shelf, which includes Japanese and European characters. But anyway, it'd be like, here's BotCon 2013 Electrons, here's Legacy, or not Legacy, here's Age of the Primes, Venin, and Age of the Primes, Physitron. And it'd be like, what do these characters have in common? Those three characters next to each other. Like, sure, I guess I could get Wasp as well, which would be another figure this year. Or Fugitive Waspinator. It's kind of funny, yeah, three characters with names changed because they're similar to Marvel characters came out this year. That's kind of funny. I think about it. I never thought about that. It's pretty funny. Anyway, I don't know how I didn't notice that before. I don't know if I'll get that, even though that Wasp figure is pretty cool. I'm not the biggest Transformers animated fan. I only have three figures related to it. I have BotCon 2011 Auto Trooper. I have Legacy Evolution Auto Trooper, which has the alternate head on it because I already have the animated Auto Troopers, so I don't really need it to have the animated head. Plus, he's on a like 21st Century G1-ish related shelf, so that other head makes more sense anyway for that. And then I have the new animated Nemesis Prime from the 4-pack. Unfortunately, my animated Nemesis Prime, his axe, which has like a telescoping handle, like jammed on itself. That, or it's like, because it used to, it was already a little tight, and it used to extend, but I guess I pushed it back too far when trying to condense it back, and now it won't move. So I'm like, okay, I might need to put a hairdryer to this or something. Or try to pull on it really hard. I'm like, I don't want to break it. So that's unfortunate. But it's a really cool figure, even though it does have some QC issues. Like, the chest plate's really loose on it. And I'm just like, really? Like, I guess this is the third use of this mold, but there's no way this is the last use of this mold. It is cool, though, that all three uses of the mold so far have different heads. The Optimus doesn't have a faceplate. Obviously, Motor Master, which is a modern update to the BotCon figure, has a new head based off that BotCon toy's head. And now there's Nemesis Prime with the faceplate face. So it's like, obviously I doubt they're going to make any more head sculpts for that. But it's cool that the three uses they have made so far have all different heads. I think that's cool. I always like when that happens. It's like a Kingdom Mirage. A little strange that they somehow got rid of his, like, the weapon port for his shoulder cannon, so he has to hold it, or he has to mount it to his back, which is weird. But that mold has three heads, and I have the three different heads for that mold. So there's obviously standard Mirage, his standard head, which was in his original release from Kingdom. Then there's his toy style head, which was originally used for his Siege, like, clear colored, like, 3-pack release, which I think was partially homaging. Besides the fact he can turn invisible in the show, and that's what that was homaging. It's also done exactly the same way that the BotCon 2007, like, invisible Mirage was done, which is like clear blue, which is cool. So it's probably a partial homage to that. And then it was later reused on Crasher, which got a wide release this year, but was originally released in the Velocitron Speedia 500, I think, Walmart exclusive wave from 2022. That second wave barely hit stores, so most people actually got that figure before this year anyway, from Ross. That's how I got mine. and that's how I got Shadow Strip, which came out with her. Which Shadow Strip was set to get a restock because that first release had such a poor run. I think initially, but that never happened. I think it was going to be part of the Toxitron collection, which makes sense, but that would have meant having 2 G2 Stunticons in the same wave, so that's a little strange. So that figure, I don't know how expensive he is now. I haven't looked into it. I'm sure he'll increase in price again once the last 2 of his teammates come out, Motormaster and Wild Rider. Supposedly those discount packs should be out in stores now at Walmart. Apparently they're $15, at least on the website, which is pretty good because they were $25 the last time they did this in 2023. Too bad there's only like 1 2-pack in there. Well, there's 2, I guess. But one I really kind of like, and that would be Cosmos and Armada Wheeljack. I don't care about Armada stuff, but that's a cool figure, and I don't really care too much about Cosmos, but he's not a terrible addition. I do like his old Legends class aesthetically more, but I don't think we'll ever get a new toy of his more like 2010s design. Unfortunately. I'm trying to think, does that design date back to it might date back to Titanium? Cosmos is a funny character. It's the Autobot UFO from, I think, 85? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he came out in 1985. Because that'd be weird to be a year 1 release. So, yeah, I think it was an 85 release. Anyway, it's pretty funny. Because he has such an unfortunate history with toys. He had his original toy, and then, besides for repaints, which technically weren't him, okay, I need to make more pickaxes. I'll be back. I'll be back. Like, he was going to get a new toy in Transformers Titanium, which I think was Transformers figures made by Galoob, which is the people who made Micro Machines. By this point, they were bought by Hasbro, I believe. But they're well known for not being the greatest toys in the world because they're not made by Transformers designers. Some of them are okay, but a number of them were canceled. And his toy was one of them. It had a cool design. Then I think it was set to get another release. I forget in what line. Maybe Classics. That was also canceled, or maybe in Universe 2.0. That was also canceled. And then he finally got a new toy in Thrilling 30, I believe. And then that toy got re-released, I think, in Combiner Wars. So, but I think that they all had basically the same design, those 3 toys. Like, the Titanium design inspired his next toy, which would have been made out of standard materials, and then that never came out either. And then finally, that design finally got used for Thrilling 30 as a Legends class. I think it may have, I don't know, was it going to get deluxe in its second attempt? It may have been. Unfortunate, because that's unfortunate because I would have liked to have seen that at a bigger size. And then, one funny thing, Transformers Earthspark, which, love it or hate it, I don't really care that much for the show, but those toys have sold horribly. So but it was recently announced to get a 4th season? 4th in quotations? Because it's really just, I think it's like a TV special to end the series, I believe. I don't know how many episodes it has, or if it's like a movie length almost, but like it has Hot Rod in it. So I thought that was funny, and maybe Mirage. I think that's coming out pretty soon. But it's just really funny what happened to that, because I'm like, the third season is technically half of season 2. But they called it the third season for whatever reason, and then I guess they decided, well, we'll make a few more episodes as a 4th season, which is strange because I don't think a Transformers show has ever gotten a 4th season before. Which, can you consider it a 4th season if it's technically considered a special? They name it, I think, season 4, so I guess. But it's just kind of funny because, like, I don't think there's ever been a Transformers show to get a 4th season. It's not like they never considered it. Like, Transformers Animated was considered for a 4th season. Prime was considered potentially for a 4th season, but that show was super expensive to make, so they decided against it. Oh, I need to make space. Let's eat the apple, I guess. And then put some of this stuff away. But yeah, it's like, I guess that's technically the... And I guess G1 technically got 4 seasons. Technically. But the Rebirth is pretty much just 4 episodes and that's it. So it's kind of like it's kind of like Earthspark's special, I guess. So has any Transformers show technically got a full 4th season? I don't think so. It's like Transformers Prime ended with a movie. I'm like, does this take the spot of like, and I guess it was also like a TV special as well. So this is nothing new, I guess. It's just weird for them to call it season 4 when I don't know how long it is, but I don't think it's a full season worth of episodes. If it's even more than 1 episode. Might just be a super long episode for all I know. But it's just interesting to me that they're considering it, because those toys didn't sell well, but it makes sense they didn't sell well. That toy line is majority repaints from the last thing they did, which was Cyberverse. Which already is a weird name, because that subtitle had been used for like sublines of toy lines before, and I guess so did RID, which has been used 3 times. Transformers Robots in the Skies in 2001, which was the English dub for, was it probably Super Lifeform Transformers Car Robots? Or is it just Car Robots? I don't know, but the Transformers show that came out in Japan in the year 2000. It got dubbed, and those toys were released along with a few extra toys in the US in 2001. Or, well, I live in the US. Released in the West, I guess. Because it didn't just release in the US. Really cool toy line. Got a lot of extra figures out of it, too. Because I think Car Robots wasn't actually that successful in Japan. But it was super successful in the US, to the point where technically that toy line lasted until like 2003, 2004? Like, it coexisted with Transformers Universe 1.0 for a time. Like, I saw a really cool photo, which was a toy shelf at some store. Could have been a Target, could have been a Walmart, I don't know. Could have been a KB Toys, I don't know. But it was, it had Armada stuff on the shelf. It had, I think, a little bit of Energon. It had, like, alternators with, Smokescreen, who was the first alternators toy to come out. It had, and also the best painted. But he was the first to be developed, so that's probably why. Then there was a bit of RID in there, and a bit of Universe 1, so it's like, that's ridiculous. And also, now I think of it, there was the G1, like, reissues as well. So there was so much cool stuff in that photograph. Let's see if I can find it. Can I find this photo? I didn't take it too long ago, did I? Let's see if I can find this picture. Let's see, where is this picture? Maybe better if I did like... Instead of looking at each photo at a time, I look at it like a bunch of photos at once. There it is. So yeah, like in this one photo, there's like retro reissue, Thundercracker, Hoist, Blue Streak, Tracks, like a commemorative reissue, Red Alert, Hot Rod, Optimus. Then you get Ironhide from Energon. You get Powerlink's Demolisher from Armada, Black Arachnia from Universe, Optimus Primal from RID, which was like the the super large Beast Machines toy. I don't know if that Beast Machines toy came out. I think it got its first release as this RID repaint. Yeah, I think this was a canceled Beast Machines toy originally. And I think it got re-released again, like it got a repaint again in Platinum Edition about a decade ago in Optimus Prime colors, like blue and red. Really strange. I'm like, at least like Optimal Optimus or Primal Prime could get away with it because it's already it's just a reverse of what Optimal Optimus is. So I'm like, that's kind of cool. And that design is tied into the original Optimus Prime in a way in the show anyway, because Optimus Primal, spoilers for a show that came out 30 years ago as of next year. Like, he takes, like, Optimus Prime's body, which is deactivated in the Ark, and it crashes on Earth during, I think, Beast Wars. It's either during or just prior to Beast Wars taking place. The Predacons invade the Ark. Beast Wars Megatron tries to kill Optimus, severely damages his head, almost destroying space and time. And to save Optimus's life, Optimus Primal has to take possession of Optimus Prime's spark to save him. So like, he like temporarily combines himself, or he gets like a power boost by somehow combining himself with the Optimus Prime spark. And that's how you get the Optimal Optimus body in the show anyway. I don't know if that was ever thought about by the designer. And obviously, so then Optimus Prime spark is stored in the cockpit of the Optimal Optimus body, and then they later put it back into Optimus's body, but it doesn't get rid of the power up for Optimal or for Primal. So that made sense, but like the Beast Machines toy getting repainted in those colors doesn't, but they did it anyway. I think that was probably the final Beast Machines mold use, was that like super big Optimus Primal like Platinum Edition recolor. That was probably the last time a Beast Machines mold was ever used, which is kind of unfortunate, because like I wouldn't have minded some more like Viacon repaints, but whatever. Let's see, where's some other things in this photo? Like, I think I see Armada. What was his name? It's like the construction vehicle that was like white and orange. What was his name? I don't think it was Hoist, was it? May have been. Was it Hoist? Armada Hoist. If I could spell Hoist. Yeah, Armada Hoist. Or Smokescreen. Smokescreen returned in a new body with the name Hoist, because yeah, that happened in the show. That's a weird thing that happened in the show. Smokescreen gets like heavily damaged or something, and he gets rebuilt in a new body, and then he just starts calling himself by a different name, or they give him a different name because he's in a new body. It's like they ask like, how do you feel about your new name as well? It's like, why does he need a new name if he's in a new body? Obviously it's because, well, the toys have different names, but it's... I'm like, was that the same in Japan? Did they have different names? Because if so, that's a really weird bit of dialogue. But yeah, apparently that figure was a shell former, so... I imagine when that photo was taken, that figure is already kind of old by then. That's pretty funny to think about. It's like, yeah, that's a shell former figure in this picture. He'd probably been there for months. That's at the very edge of this picture. Like, this has to be taken. This picture must have been taken in early. Well, there is some universe stuff on this shelf already, so maybe mid 2003 at least. Cause like there's also a bunch of Attack of the Clones stuff in this picture as well. Yeah, it's like, this is really cool. This could have been a Kmart, I guess, as well, or a Toys R Us. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff in this picture, but it is really cool to see a shelf like this, because it's like you'll never see this much stuff like this anymore, and especially when you know how expensive some of this stuff is nowadays. It's like, because it's been 20 plus years on the aftermarket. It's like, this is so cool to see all this stuff on shelf in its like proper, like where it should be, because like you're so used to seeing it not at retail. Like, you're used to seeing like this kind of stuff at like a comic shop or a collectible store. And even then, I don't think I've seen this much like box stuff at a collectible store before. One I've been to anyway. I've gotten close, but speaking of that, like last night I was looking into another one of my neighboring cities. It's like, this was a little further away from the one I usually visit, but who knows? I was like, does it have a cool comic shop that I can maybe visit? And I've been to this neighboring city before. And it's like, it does. I wish I knew about this, because instead of looking up comic shop, I looked up collectible store, and it came up then. And I'm like, this is one of the best comic shops I've ever seen. Like, this rivals like some of the Florida comic shops, which I've never been to, but I've seen photos of them, and I'm like, oh, these look amazing. I would love to go to a comic shop in Florida. That's definitely the next time I'm in Florida. I plan on checking a few comic shops, but that might not be for a very long time. Like, my local comic shop, the good one of my local comic shops. There's one that's not so great nearby as well, but like, they get some really good stuff in. Don't get me wrong, they get some great stuff in. But I'm like, this one was ridiculous. Like, the photos I saw when I was looking at it last night before going to bed. It's like, one of the photos, like, there was a photo from like 3 weeks ago. They had like, it was huge. A gigantic store. They had like a whole section for just in-box Transformers stuff. They had a section, like a glass case, for loose Transformers stuff. and they had another section for loose Transformers stuff near the counter. Like it was ridiculous, and like they had like some notable things in the. Let's see if I can find those photos again. Let's look it up. Yeah, this is that picture. Like, photo from 3 weeks ago. They have the BlockCon 2015 box set, which I'm like, okay, that's cool, but my local comic shop also has that. Unfortunately, the photo isn't the best quality, so I can't really see, like, prices or anything. Because it's, like, taken from a little bit of a distance. But they have both of the big Titans Return box sets. Chaos on Velocitron, and what was the other one called? Something, maybe it wasn't related to Nucleon? I forget. It had the retool of Power Master Optimus that Takara came out with, but it got a US release in that box set. It had... Who else did it have? It had Metal Hawk from Trigger Happy. It had Tidal Wave from Broadside. I'm going off of memory here, I'm not looking at it. It had one of the Decepticon clones, I forget which one. Yeah, that was a weird thing in Titan's Return. If you wanted to get the Autobot and Decepticon clones, you had to get the 2 giant box sets, because each one came with one of them. Like, Chaos on Velocitron came with, I think, Fast Lane, and the other box set came with, I believe, Pounce? I could be wrong. It could have been it could have been Wingspan. And then, like, one of those sets was exclusive to Toys R Us. The other was like Chaos on Velocitron was from exclusive to Toys R Us. The other one was exclusive to Big Bad Toy Store. And then to get the last 2 clones to finish those sets, you had to buy a 2-pack from Kmart, or not Kmart, from Walgreens. Very strange. It's like, really? Thankfully, like in 2020 and 2021, they reissued them in 2-packs. And Takara always did them in 2-packs, but they were painted differently than the US releases. So if you wanted to get the Titans Return versions, but didn't get them back in Titans Return, they reissued them pretty much exactly the same. I think there may be slight differences, but they're pretty much the same. They were intended to be the same, but doesn't mean they're going to be exactly the same after a few years of not being in production. They released them in Earthrise and Kingdom. I have the Autobot clones, I don't have the Decepticon ones. I don't really know why I bought the Autobot clones. I remember buying them on Amazon because they had them for a long time, I feel like. In fact, did those come out in Kingdom or Earthrise? I think they came out in Earthrise, actually, now that I think about it. They both came out the same year. Those reissues. I think that would make sense to me. But, Amazon had them for a long time. Then in like May, June of 2021, we went to Universal, Florida, and on the way back, I decided to get that. Because I remember, like, I checked, like, I didn't really do much. My family did more stuff in Universal than I did. Because I'm not really I like theme parks, but I don't really like theme park rides. I don't like going to theme parks, I like researching them. So I kind of felt bad because I didn't really do anything. But anyway, one thing I did do was check the gift shops for like the Transformers ride. And I remember being like, it's kind of surprising to see some of the stuff they had for sale. Like, they had a bunch of Siege stuff, like, at the time, obviously. I don't know what they have now. They had, like, a bunch of Siege Spinisters, Refractors, like, a lot of, like, the late wave stuff. They had, like, Siege and Earthrise, Astro Trains. They had a few Kingdom things. Like, they had a ton of, like, Vertebrates or whatever. Forgetting exactly what they had. I can look at the photos, because even though I have a different phone than I did back then, those are some of the photos that crossed over. But I'm not going to do that right now. But it was just kind of funny. One of the things I remember taking note of at the time that I thought was weird was they were still selling a Creo pack, and it was specific to the ride. I'm like, really? Because I'm like, Hasbro stopped making Creos at mass retail years before that. And I thought it was weird. And I'm like, I've never seen this pack before. Not that I ever looked into Creos really ever. But turned out that was the final Creo set ever released. They made a new Creo pack to replace the old one they had for the ride, which, for whatever reason, don't ask me why, they decided at some point in like the late 2010s, at least, they decided to get rid of pretty much all the merchandise related to the ride's unique character, which was Evac. That included his original figure, which came out when the ride opened. That included a Creo pack that had him in it, and probably other things too. So they pretty much released that Creo pack again, but they switched Evac. No microphone I can use? What the heck happened there? Let's check to see if that's still functioning. What happened? Is it still functioning? What happened? Yes, it is. Okay, that was weird. It disconnected for a second. Okay. So pretty much they released that Creo pack again, but swapped out Evac for a green beachcomber, which specifically I think was supposed to reference Landmine, I think, from like the 2007 toy line, I believe. Which is really weird, and a weird deep cut. I guess you could also use it as a reference to G2 Beachcomber, I guess, as well. But that Beachcomber is technically the last Creo figure ever made. Like, last brand new Creo figure. So, like, that's very strange. I don't know if they're still selling that pack. They might be, but it has been for almost 5 years since I've been there, so they might not be. But it's just kind of weird to think, like, really? And they commissioned that set in, like, 2019 or something. I'm like, really? What? Okay. Like, it's kind of funny, the weird thing that happened to Evac. Evac was the character... Like, he's like the ride vehicle for the ride, which Transformers the ride at Universal Studios Florida and Hollywood, I think, and maybe some other Universal Studios as well, was commissioned, I believe, around 2009 or so. Like, that's when that came out. Around the time Revenge of the Fallen was coming out. And, they made a completely new mold that I think probably Universal could exclusively use, and they could never re-release it outside of it. I could be wrong, because I feel like he may have been planned for the movie trilogy line that never came out. He may have been planned for that, so I don't know. He might have gotten a mass release, or at least a release outside the parks eventually, but it never happened. So I could be wrong. I'm probably misremembering that, but I feel like I read that somewhere. Anyway, It was a completely unique mold that was never used outside the parks, and never repainted either. I don't know how long it was in production for. I don't know if that information's out there. It's probably on his wiki page, but I haven't looked into it. But the only figure like that I can think of otherwise would be, not GDO, Aveo, I believe. Aveo Swerve. It's a red Autobot who transforms into a Chevy Aveo. And he came out. He's a really weird figure because he was a promotional figure that Chevy or Chevrolet like commissioned Hasbro to make. So Chevy paid for all the production costs of the figure and everything, the tooling and stuff like that. And because of that, legally they were the only ones allowed to use it. And it was basically made for like giveaway prizes. Like, oh, if you test drove the Veo, you could get it. Sometimes they would sell it on their website. It's usually a giveaway thing, though. I don't know if I talked about this in a previous stream. I may have. I probably did, or at least I talked about it on a community post a few months ago. Eventually, like, it was just, like, it was very hard to get that figure, and it's still an expensive figure today, like $100 if you want to get a Veo Swerve, because of how obscure and rare that figure is, and so it's never really for sale properly. So, like, him and Evac are kind of, like, grouped together a little bit by people, because it's, like, they're very similar in terms of their backstory, as in, like, toys that companies commissioned Hasbro to make, and because of that, they never were allowed to be released outside of permission from those companies. I think, I don't know if that's how Evac worked exactly, because as I said, he may have been planned for a re-release at retail eventually, but never happened. And they're also complementary because Evac's blue and Aveo Swerve's red, so it is kind of funny to have those two together. But I remember I watched a short because JCC224, which is the YouTuber who owns the community tab I use, runs that community tab. I've been watching him for like a decade. He went to TFCon this year in Chicago, and one of the things he got was a carded Evac, and he got it signed by one of the people who worked on it, I believe. And he never owned Evac before. He got it for like over $100 or something. And I was just thinking to myself, like, yeah, earlier last year or earlier this year, I don't remember. I saw in a video where somebody went to a collectible store and saw an Evac for like over $100. I was like, is that correct? Because earlier that same year, if this was last year, I forget. I saw at my local comic shop an Evac for $30 on card, but the card was like the box he was in, or inbox. The box he was in was like super duper dirty. I'm sure he was perfectly fine on the inside, but like there was a ton of dirt and stuff like on the cardboard and maybe even on the bubble. It was really weird. I'm like, where the heck was this thing kept? Okay, so now I'll break down that wall. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I heard about this figure recently, but I didn't look into it because I was like, oh, it's a figure that was sold exclusively for the ride. Neat. I didn't look into how expensive he was because I was like, was he still for sale? I didn't recall seeing him in 2021, but I was like, was he there? Was he not? I was like, I don't think he was, but I was like, he was probably for sale for a long time, so he's probably not that expensive, despite the fact that it's kind of difficult to go to those places. And also, there's 2 shops that they sell Transformers stuff at least Universal Studios Orlando. One that is the Riot's gift shop, which is obviously where he would have been sold, and there's another one in a regular gift shop which also sold Transformers stuff to go with the Transformers ride. So there's 2 Transformers related gift shops, and I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was sold at both of them. And that other one, you don't need to actually go, like, you're not, it's technically outside the park, it's in like the walkable area, which is, I don't think is like, I don't think you need to pay to enter that area. So it's like, you could you might have been able to go, just walk there and get him if he was sold at that other shop. So it's like, so I thought that was kind of interesting, but it's like, nope, I guess he stopped production a while ago, so and of course he would have been a little difficult to get, so apparently he's like $100, and I was super surprised by that, because I was like, I saw this thing for $30 only a few months ago. Obviously, when I'm referring to a few months ago, I'm like, at the time when I discovered this. And I thought that was funny, so I made a comment on that short, talking about that funny story where I came across this thing and not passed on it, because I'm not really that big of a fan of that design. Though I do know its history, and it is kind of interesting. But if I knew $30 was a good deal, I would have maybe considered it. Because I'm sure he was fine on the inside. But they got a lot of cool stuff at my local comic shop at the time. Around the same time, they got in their like another weird condition carded movie figure. They got in Dark of the Moon Vortex, which was a Japanese exclusive. Super scuffed up. I probably talked about this last stream. I don't know why I would have, but I think I may have. I checked the image today. I was like, oh, it was 85. So I'm like, yeah, wouldn't have paid probably 85 for it, but apparently that's okay, because I think he's like 100 something carded. I was like, okay, cool figure. Didn't realize. Yeah, I definitely talked about this, because I was like, I didn't really realize it existed. Looking back, I definitely heard of it before that, but I had never really seen it before. I'd only heard of it, so it was cool to see it. It was just like, oh, that's where they got the BotCon 2012 Spinister from. They repainted it from this. And obviously Tomahawk from Hunt for the Decepticons, but I'm like, that's where they got the head from. Then later, early this year, one of the first things I picked up from my local comic shop this year, they got a loose copy of that Vortex without his mech tech gun, but physically complete otherwise. For $30, I think it was $30. It wasn't 35. I think it was $30. I was like, okay. I did think this figure was cool when I saw it for $80 last year. So, well, not even like. By that point, it's probably only like 6 months before, or maybe 7. I don't know, something like that. Because I found it in like February 2nd or something. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll get that. So that's one of the coolest finds. Like, I don't buy that many things from my local comic shop. I have bought a decent amount of stuff recently. I have a new follower, I guess. Is he going to ask me a question? Because I imagine someone doesn't randomly follow me if they're not seeing a stream. Friend request from the same person. I got a lot of friend requests. Well, I got like one friend request and a bunch of followers from the last stream I did, which I was just like, that's surprising. But yeah, it's like, I guess I obviously never get friend requests from people otherwise. That never happens. Like, normally, like, oh, I do a great in a match of GBO2. No one's gonna send me a friend request. That never happens. At minimum, well, not at minimum, maybe there's a small rare chance that they'll send me a message. or something. Though usually if I get a message after a GBO2 round, it's usually like hate message, like, you're terrible, or don't use this. Like, I remember when I'm trying to get a video for the Zaku 1, and I tried to get it with the machine gun. I did so horribly, because like obviously this thing isn't very good in general, even with, like, in the machine gun, it's even worse with the machine gun. I remember getting a message that was just no machine gun. That's what I got. That's a message I got after one of those rounds. I just thought that was funny. I think I got a few messages that day because it's just like, you're such a waste of a team slot if you're gonna try to do that. That's not what anyone said, but that's pretty much what it, like, that's pretty much a reason that someone would send me a message like that. It's like, don't do this again. Oh yeah, one was never cook again. That was a message I got, to directly quote it. And I'm like, really? I know what that's supposed to mean, but it's like, really? Am I not allowed to try to have fun and not be optimal? We're not even in ranked matches. Or rated matches even. And rated matches don't even matter that much. If you're high enough rank, you don't lose, like, you're not gonna lose a ton of points if you're like halfway through a rating. Like, you're not going to be pushed back to the previous rating if you're like decently into the one you're in, just by losing once. So I'm like, let me have fun. Or try to, anyway. Eventually, I did get an okay round with it, with the machine gun, but it took a while. I think they have buffed it since then, so it might be a little better. Maybe not with the machine gun, but the Zaku 1 itself has been buffed since then, so. Yeah, before that it was much worse than it is today. It's like, I can rarely ever use this unit because it's such a low level. It's a low cost unit. I can never use it, even though it's one of my favorites. Aesthetically. Maybe not to play, because I always forget, like, oh, this thing can't dodge roll. Like, at the end of the year, just like last year, I plan on doing a, like, top 10 figures I got this year, plus, honorable mentions. And I don't know if it'll be in the top 10, it'll definitely be in honorable mentions, would be the Gundam Battle-Scarred Zaku 1. I got one of those this year. Like, I got a lot more MSIA figures this year. Last year I got my first one, which was the real type gun cannon, which was a figure I'd been looking for years. It was kind of funny, like, I remember I made a video in GBO2 on the gun cannon in those colors, and I later realized, oh, Flamethrower's already made a video in these colors. It's just like, dang it, I guess I'm not the first person to do this. He already made it like 6 months ago, and I didn't realize. I only did it because it's like, oh, this is a cool, rare, obscure figure, and I like how it looks, so I'll make that. And that still is the main color scheme I used for the standard gun cannon in GBO2. Yeah, that was one of my favorite pickups last year. That was definitely in the top 10. This year I've gotten a lot more. Probably not going to get any more MSIA figures this year, but I got a decent amount. I got the Desert Goof, the standard Goof, the Japanese release. I got those in a lot together. Not the most ideal condition for them, but I got them for like $50 or something, so not too bad for the two of them. Then fast forward like 2 months, I see on Mercari someone that I was already buying another MSIA figure from, the same day that they relisted it, because I bought it initially and they canceled it on me because they realized that the shipping was wrong, and then they took like 5 days to repost it with the correct shipping. But they reserved it for me because it's like, well, I bought it already, so can I buy it again with the correct shipping? It was only a few more dollars, but it's unfortunate. Still a good deal though, but I'll talk about it when I get there. But one of the things they posted along with the repost for that was another Desert Goof in perfect condition for like $30. I'm like, dang it. I wish I didn't buy that Desert Goof now, but they're almost never posted for that cheap, so I guess it's not the, it's like I couldn't have seen that coming. I don't think I've ever seen a Desert Goof for that cheap before. So, and it's like, well, if it stays, I was like, if it stays up for a little bit, I might consider it. Even though I never really get duplicates of anything. But yeah, it lasted like 2 days. But yeah, I was like, there's no flipping way I'm going to get this. What was the next thing I got? I think it was that Zaku one. Then I got the then I probably bought the Desert Dom, I believe. And then it was the next thing, which was the my second Battle-Scarred figure, which was the Gundam Battle-Scarred Gundam Heavy Arms Endless Waltz. I got that for like 30-ish bucks. It's the same person, obviously, that goof, that Desert Goof was posted by. So a little unfortunate, but that's a great price for that, because that thing can go for like 80 bucks on eBay. Like I've literally seen, and it was in complete perfect condition. It's just like, geez, this thing's a lot. I don't really care for Gundam Wing, but I've always liked the Heavy Arms custom, especially. So from that, so I was like, I guess I'll get this, because that's a cool figure. I think it was one of the last MSA figures to come out in the States. The last Western MSA figures ever released, I believe, didn't come out in the US. They were the Battle-Scarred Dual Gundam and Red Astray from Gundam Seed. Those got released, but only in Europe. And when I discovered they existed, coincidentally, someone on eBay posted them together, loose, and was trying to get them for like 500 bucks. Like, and someone bought it. So it's like, Jesus, these things are worth that much? I guess I'll never get those, even though I think they're really cool. I'm not usually a guy to get things just because they're rare. I try to get things because, like, sure, that's a factor, but I'm not just gonna get something because it's rare. It needs to be something I like as well, and that falls into that. But I'm like, dang it, these things are so rare that I don't even think that would be possible. Nothing's impossible when it comes to collecting, but it's like, that's gonna take a long time. It's like I waited like 4 years to try to find a Jurassic Park 3 Camo Extreme Spinosaurus, and I finally did. So I finally found one for a good price. So nothing's impossible, but it is going to take a very long time. That's a funny story. That's one of the funniest stories from my collecting so far. I've been collecting for 12 years. And that was a figure I looked for like 3.5, 4 years. When I started looking into the Jurassic Park 3 Camo Extreme figures, because it's like, oh, these are really cool. I always knew they were like some of the rarer Jurassic Park toys, especially the Jurassic Park 3 era toys. Turns out they got a very poor distribution uh, I think they were pretty much canceled. Like, they came, like, if a store ever got them in, they probably only got, like, one stock of them. Like, they got one assortment of them in, and that's it. They would never get them in again because they just had that, like, they were bought by stores, they were shipped, and then they were canceled. So a store would never get restocks of those. I don't know, it's kind of confusing to explain, but I remember looking into it, like, trying to research it, like, going through the JP Toys forums, like, archives, like, seeing what people talked about, like, seeing people talk about them, like, oh, these were announced, and whether or not they're actually going to release or not. Like, people were talking about that back in 2001, early 2002. And the guys were questioning, like, are these coming out? Are they not? The second wave of them never did, but the first wave barely came out. Like, it was really up in the air whether or not they were going to come out or not. I don't think they're meant to be exclusives or anything. So the only documentation, like, store related that I've ever seen for them would be like a KB Toys. I think KB Toys had one of them in like a promotional manual or something. Or promotional pamphlet. One thing the reason I didn't fill this in before is because you get to see how cool it is to, like, how it fills itself up. So, like, it fills up that whole layer. Like, after you complete, like, a side of it, it's gonna fill all this in. It's like a tidal wave. Did I ever complete my thought on how many figures, what other figures were in that set? I don't remember. Anyway, I'll finish my talk about Jurassic Park 3 Camo Extreme, which I'm sure I talked about in a stream before. Actually, I'm 100% positive I have, but I don't think that stream's public anymore. Though I could have also talked about it in my first, like, Minecraft stream coming back from, like, 2 months ago, but I'm not looking back at 5 hours of footage. So anyway, I knew those figures were rare. I remember researching them, and it was very interesting to see, like, oh, these things barely came out. Like, they came out. They were barely, I don't even know if they were, like, fully announced. Like, they got announced. They had their own website for a tiny bit, or their own section of the website for, like, coming soon products. And people were like, oh, they're probably going to talk about these more at New York Toy Fair in like a month or two. Then before New York Toy Fair even happens, the website, or that portion of the website, gets taken down. Like, they delete it. And then they never show up at Toy Fair. So it's like, are these things coming out or not? Because it seems like they were, like, quietly canceled. Then fast forward a few months, some of them show up at stores with an assortment of, like, I think it was 3 Arctic T-Rexes, 2 Jungle Spinosauruses, and 1 Night Raptor was the assortment breakdown. If a store got any of them in ever, they only got that many, probably. Assuming they didn't buy more than 1 assortment. I guess they could have bought 2, so they would have, like, 6 Arctic T-Rexes, 2 Jungle Spinosauruses, or 4 Jungle Spinosauruses, and 2 Raptors. But that's about it. So statistically, the Raptor should be the rarest of those 3. And then obviously there's, like, the tiny little dinosaurs and the Canyon T-Rex as well. But I think the Canyon T-Rex came out like last, I believe. Like, it took him a while to show up, or to be reported by the fandom at the time. But anyway, so when I started looking into them for the first time, I took a picture of Jurassic Park 3 Camo Extreme, like, typed into eBay, because I was like, this is what I need to type if I want to find them. In that picture is a jungle Spinosaurus for like 40 bucks. I didn't know that was a good price for at the time, because I was like, I wasn't planning on actually buying these yet, but I typed that and took a picture of it just to tell my future self, this is what you need to type to find them. And then I never saw a good one for that price ever again. Ever. I kept looking for one, because eventually, like, oh, I got an Arctic T-Rex for like 70-ish, in an okay condition. That's pretty average for how much those things are worth, even now. This is like 4 years ago. Then I found a Night Raptor, which I was suspecting to be the last one I would find, considering it should be the rarest because it was the least produced of those three. But I found it in a lot for $100 with like 3 or 4 other Jurassic Park 3 figures. I think a T-Rex, a Triceratops, and an Aquaspinosaurus, and maybe another one, but I think it may have just been those 4. And I was like, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good price. There may have been a 5th figure. I forget what it was, though, if there was one. So I got that. It had a loose leg, but that raptor mold could barely stand anyway, so it having a loose leg is not a deal breaker at all. It wasn't going to stand that well anyway, so it's just kind of funny. Pretty much has to like rest on its tail and its like heels. Like, it can't actually stand up. Not for long anyway. Like, I've gotten that mold to stand up before, but usually it's also, if it is able to stand up properly, it's like, oh, it's leaning on another figure as well, so it's better just to have them like in like a tripod stance where their tail is resting on the floor and their heels are also on the floor. So that's usually the best way to get that thing to stand up. And then finally, like 2 or 3 years later, I think it was 2 years after that, I finally found, when searching eBay, somebody posted a Jurassic Park Chaos Effect Ultimasaurus, which was a infamous canceled figure. It was the main figure of that line, but that line got canceled before it could release. It's debatable for what reason it got canceled. Poor sales was probably a major factor, but why am I putting that away? But anyway, it's one of the coolest Jurassic Park figures ever made, and yet never came out. The only form of it to ever release was the hatchling version of it, which came with a Chaos Effect Roland Tembo. And that little hatchling figure alone is worth a ton of money now, because it's the only representation of it officially to ever release, because its full-size figure never came out. That's kind of funny. Anyway, so someone posted that prototype. It was the first Ultimasaurus prototype to show up in probably over a decade at that time. It was being sold by someone in Ohio who probably got it from a former Kenner employee, if they weren't a Kenner employee themselves. I'm guessing they weren't. I remember talking about it with a Jurassic Park YouTuber, Jurassic Reviews, who I first stumbled upon in 2021, while either just before or during my time out of state for my great-grandfather's funeral. He died at age 100 the previous year. And I remember finding his videos and liking them, even though he rarely uploads. It takes him forever to upload, but I always loved his Jurassic Park figure reviews. But he takes forever to do it. Does this thing like on properly? It sounds a little quiet. Let's unplug and plug back in. Okay, it must be the other way. There we go. Weird. Let's check the audio again to see if it's still working. Audio again to see. Yep, okay. Let's check to see if it was working before that. Listen. The next thing, which... Yeah. So anyway, I remember talking to Jurassic Reviews about it, and he said, like, oh yeah, first one to show up on eBay, probably since like 2008 or 9, and those ones were test shots, not fully finished like this one was. And there's multiple of these Ultimasaurus prototypes that were in a finished state, pretty much, like a representation of what the final product would have looked like. And they had been sold over the years, but they've usually never before that been sold publicly. They've always been sold like not in a public auction way. Like, oh, a collector visits a house of another collector and they see they have that and they negotiate privately through like messages and stuff. That type of thing. They never show up for sale on eBay and stuff like that. But this time it did. It was the first time in like in over a decade. And I think the first time ever that a finished one had ever shown up. I think it sold for like over 1,000, something like that. But I was like, well, I'm never gonna get this, obviously. But I was like, I wonder what else they have for sale. This person. I remember the pictures were like, I think it was sitting on top of it was like standing on top of a lunchbox of some sort. The Ultimasaurus is standing on a lunchbox for the photo. Weird. I don't know why you would just have it stand on the table that the lunchbox is on, but okay. But I checked to see what else that person had for sale. And they had Jungle Spinosaurus, also for auction. And in the picture, it was standing on the same lunchbox. I was like, okay. Barely anyone had bid on it. And I was like, oh, I'm going to keep note of this. A few days later, when it was coming to an end, I bid on it. And I won it for like $60. Which I was like, that's a great deal. It's like the first time I'd seen a Jungle Spinosaurus for sale in the US. Because before that, like, for some reason I would see them in like from Italy or Greece or the UK for like 100 plus, and that's not even counting the shipping. So I was like, great, I finally got one for a pretty decent price. So I was so happy with that, and especially to know that, oh, it stood in the exact same spot an Ultimasaurus once stood is kind of funny as well. Like that's a pretty funny story. And then like sometimes I check on Jurassic Park 3 Camo Extreme again just to see what they're going for nowadays, which they still go for a ton. If not, they've gotten probably worse, obviously, because it's been a few years. I'm now seeing US listings, which I wasn't before, but they're like $200+ for that figure. I'm like, nope, I'm happy I got that when I did, because it's like the first US listing I'd seen, like, in those years, since that original one that was in that photograph I took. and I hadn't seen one in the US since outside of box, and boxed ones are worth hundreds of dollars. So yeah, it was so that was very fulfilling because it just took so long to track that down. Another funny thing before I move on from this subject, less than a month ago, I think, I was thinking about, I found something on Mercari which I thought was hilarious, and it was a Jurassic Park lot for like $40 or so. Let's see if I can find the photo. I still have it. I might still post this someday. Where is this picture? Should be around here somewhere. Let's go to photos, not camera. Where is it? How old is this picture? When did I take this picture? I don't even remember. It couldn't have been too long ago, so I probably passed it. Here it is. It's October 31st, Halloween. That's when I took this picture. Yeah, it was up. It was posted on the 28th because when I found it, it had already been up. It was posted 21 hours before I found it. It was a lot for $40. It was called Vintage Jurassic Park Dinosaur Lot, and it was the Jurassic Park 3 Dilophosaurus, which is a figure I don't have. I don't have that mold at all. I wouldn't mind getting that, but at the same time, I think I'd rather get the 2009 release because it's much cooler. Then there was the Jurassic Park Dinosaurs 1999 Pachycephalosaurus, which was one of the figures that came in like a Dino Tracker kind of set. Like it came with a human as well. And then there was the Jurassic Park Dinosaurs 1999 like reddish juvenile T-Rex or baby T-Rex figure. Out of all the baby T-Rex figures, so like the Lost World baby T-Rex from like the movie, that's the only one I don't have. And then the fourth figure was the Night Raptor. Probably in better condition than mine, at least leg-wise. Otherwise, like mine's in perfect condition. Otherwise, just as one of its legs is a little floppy, but it stays in place when sitting down, so it's fine. In fact, I know it is because it's standing up. So it's just kind of funny. It's like, that's a great lot. 3 figures I don't have and a super rare figure that I do have, but wouldn't mind having 2. But I was just like, hello, Giant hyphen 74, I think is the name of that account. So I was like, geez, that's a great lot. And someone bought it like 2 days later. I wasn't planning on buying it because I'm just like, those are cool figures, but I don't have a ton of extra space. And I'd rather use that extra space on figures I'd want more. But if I didn't have the Night Raptor, that would have been an amazing lot to get. But I already have it, so. But that was a really cool thing to see show up, because it's like, I haven't seen one of these show up on Mercari since I got that lot, and that was like 4 years ago, so I thought that was cool. Shows you how rare it is. I hadn't seen a Night Raptor show up in 4 years. So I remember in the description of the original lot that which I think was another lot of 4 or a lot of 5, I forget if there was a 5th figure in there. I remember the seller was like, I don't know how much, like he made note of the Night Raptor and he was like, I don't know how much this thing should be worth because there aren't any loose ones for sale at the time anyway. So I was like, I don't know if this is a good price, but, or he didn't know, like if he were to sell it by itself, he didn't know how much it would be worth, so he just decided, I'll sell it with these. And I bought it because it's like, that's good. That's probably a good price. Obviously, I didn't have anything to go off of because there weren't any loose ones for sale either. Well, obviously, there wasn't any loose ones for sale at the time. Later on, another seller that I bought something from on eBay before did list, I think, 2 loose ones before, and they sold them for like, or they were trying to sell them for like 80-ish. So I'd probably say getting one for $100 with like 3 or 4 other figures is pretty good. Nowhere near as good as paying $40 to get it with 3 other figures, but you never know what's gonna show up someday. It's obviously something that whoever was selling it didn't know what they had. That happens a bit on Mercari quite often. Like, I feel like most Mercari sellers are like very casual sellers, but on the eBay they're definitely people that like know what they're selling, so they usually price it similarly to other people's stuff. That's one thing I like about comic shops. The comic shops know what they have, and they, well, most of the time, obviously. If I recount that G.I. Joe story from a month or so ago, that's not always the case, but usually they know what they have. But they usually price them, at least the ones I've been to, they usually price them pretty decently because, of course, they want them to move. So, whereas like eBay stuff, they tend to not do that. Because, well, there's also shipping and stuff and other factors too that makes them want to price it higher, but yeah, I much prefer to find things in person. Because it's usually cheaper. It's like technically, like the comic shop I went to up north, where they had the BotCon 2001 Tigatron and OTFCC 2004. What's his name? Sentinel Maximus, I believe. Even though those were ridiculously expensive, those were okay prices apparently for them. So, just shows you that, like, sure, it could be an okay price, but it doesn't mean it won't be cheap if it's something stupid expensive like that. Like, oh, the Sentinel Max is like 50, or like, it's $500, 550 or 540 or something. Some random number. It was really weird. I'm like, why 540 specifically? That's a little strange. But then you realize on eBay it's like, oh, it's like 800 something, so I guess that's an okay price, as unbelievable as that is. And Tigatron was like 800 or something, and I'm like, well, sometimes I see this thing sold for 1,000, or not sold, but being listed for 1,000, so that might be okay. It's like I think right now on eBay there's a Tigatron for like 500 that's been opened before. So it's like, that's much better, but I would still never pay $500 for a Transformer like that. Not for one, anyway. Maybe a box set where I get like 5 different figures, but not a single figure. No way. And even then, I've never done that before. The most I've ever spent on a box set of Transformers is like $200. So, which was Unite Warriors Bruticus. And even then, that was a good price for that. So, I got that in 2020. Was it 2020 or 2021? I don't remember. I think it was one of the first things I've ever bought from Japan on eBay. And I got it. When I got it, the seller wrote a note he put it in like the flap, like Unite Warriors sets, if it isn't Devastator, have like metal flaps, so you like, or like not metal, magnetic flaps, so you can like open it up and see the figures on the inside, which is really cool. And in like sandwiched between the box and the flap was a note and an origami crane, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. So I thought that was really nice. Like, sure, it's like there's new Combaticons coming out, and they do look kind of nice. Am I going to sell my Unite Warrior set? I don't know. Probably not, because I do like those figures. If anything, I might just, like, and there's some aspects of them that I do prefer over the new ones. If anything, I'll just wait for those guys to get released as like a different character or something, like, oh, like either G2 colors or Ruination. I'd rather get those than another Bruticus. And who knows, maybe I'll get like one of them. But I'd rather wait for repaints personally, because those are in the same color schemes. Like, yeah, they're not exactly the same, but they're in the same color schemes as the Unite Warrior set, even though they're definitely going to be like different shades of those colors. But they're going for the same thing, the show colors. Let's see. Let's go back to that photo, because I never finished it. I never finished talking about that picture. What was this picture? Did I ever look at this one? There's Transformers in this picture. Like, I'm looking at the, like, I'm looking up the store and I'm looking up the images that pop up. Why is this one never loading? Okay. There might be some. Mostly not Transformers, though. What's some other notable things in here? Like, so going back to the picture of that comic shop in a neighboring city. Like, tons of carded stuff, so like a Dark Energon Prime Wheeljack. Tons of Adventures of Fallen, Generations, Dark of the Moon, Classics, Energon, Cybertron. Some of the latest stuff, like they have like the Dramatic Capture series Decepticon set, and the Dramatic Capture series Origin Autobots. Netflix Megatron from Wave 1, not the Kingdom release, but the Siege one. The Walmart Headmasters from 2020 or so. Beast Machines, Dinobots, T-Rex inbox. Machine Wars, Sandstorm. Oh yeah, they also have the Dramatic Capture series. Like, this is a photo from 3 weeks ago, so they still probably have most of this stuff. Dramatic Capture series Autobot set with like Optimus, Jazz, and Mainframe. Which, speaking of which, I saw someone sold those figures loose on Mercari pretty recently, and they sold them for like $20-30 each, and I'm like, Jesus, I would have loved to have gotten Mainframe for that much. I don't really care for the other two, but I wouldn't have mind getting Mainframe / Teletran 1. Universe 2.0, Drawing 30, Like, this is all stuff they still have. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I'd love to go there. And I remember seeing, like, some other pictures from, like, a year ago. They had Double Pretender, Optimus, and Megatron, which I've also seen those in person. The collectible store I tend to visit in the other neighboring city had them for $100 each, which, looking back, is crazy because those things are worth, like, a lot more than that. But I remember seeing those. I'm like, oh, those are cool. I don't know if I'd buy them. Out of those two, I'd rather get the Optimus, because at least the Optimus had a new head. Like, basically, Double Pretender Optimus Prime was a recolor of BotCon 2015 Oil Master, which was a brand new Double Pretender, based off a canceled toy that was probably planned to release in either 88 or 89. Probably 89 was its original planned release. Never came out. And I think it was first shown off officially at BotCon 96, I would guess. Something like that. BotCon 97, maybe even 95, I don't know. At a BotCon. It was first officially shown off at a BotCon. As like, oh, here's a figure that we planned that you'd never heard of. Obviously, they weren't planning on releasing it by then, but it was just showing, oh, here's some unfinished concepts we had. But yeah, in fact, I've seen that BotCon 2015 Oil Master a lot. My local comic shop obviously has the box set for that. This comic shop has it too. My local comic shop has also had a loose one of those for years as well. I'm guessing, like, it says, like, on it, like, oh, it's missing, like, the inner robot's missing parts. Like, I'm guessing it's probably missing the little jet buddy that he has, because basically, the Pretender shell's new. The weapons are from a I forget what the line was called. It's not Creo. It was like a buildable Transformers, but it wasn't Creo, and it wasn't built to rule either. It was for, like, the movies. But I think it predated Creo, I believe. Was it Construct Bots? That sounds correct, I think. So it might be that. That might be the name. That sounds about right. And then the inner robots were a repaint of Thrilling 30 Swerve. And Thrilling 30 Swerve, I think, came with a little, like, Target Master buddy who turned into a little jet or something, and a gun, and a guy. Like his weapon was also a little guy type of thing, like a little Micromaster or whatever. Anyway, it was just a pure repaint of that. So I'm guessing his little buddy's missing. Basically, it's Double Pretender, so it's a Pretender shell with two robots in it. That was the gimmick. That never happened. That class of Pretender never released originally, but they decided, because it was shown off at BotCon, let's they like to do that. Like, if a canceled toy was shown off at BotCon one year, they would sometimes like to eventually try to release that. So like Toxitron, for example, which was originally a universe repaint of G2 Laser Prime in, like, green and purple. He was shown off for the first time at BotCon 2005 after his release was cancelled. And they loved the idea of it. So BotCon later in 2011 did animated Toxitron, and then for the subscription service for its final set, I believe, came out with Combiner Wars Toxitron as well. And then recently Hasbro made an a proper Toxitron, because they and I say proper because it's a repaint of the latest Laser Prime, which I love that figure. That figure's kind of weird because it's like, I remember, like, I bought it for full price, then a few weeks later I find it, like maybe like a month and a half or two later, I find that they had, that Walmart I bought it from had put it on clearance for like $13, and I'm like, really? It was just that Walmart though, none of the other ones had put it for that low. And then a little while later, the other Walmarts had put their Toxitrons, because they had tons of them, for like 20 something bucks maybe. It was weird because it's like, oh, this Toxitron at that one Walmart was clearance lower than the deluxes from his wave. I'm like, really? What? Why is he cheaper than deluxes? So strange. And I was like, dang it, I wish I waited a little longer, because I spent like my birthday money on it or whatever, and I'm like, I could have saved so much money if I just waited a few more weeks. And I could have used the money I saved on something else. Oh well. It's still a cool figure. Still worth it to me, but dang, I wish I could have seen that coming. I already knew he was gonna go on clearance eventually, but I was just like, the problem with clearance in me, it's like, when things go on clearance, they're usually gone before I even notice it happened. So it's like, I might as well just pay full price if I can. And also, I was like, I didn't know when it was gonna happen. It's like, it probably could have happened like 4 months after I bought it, but no, it happened like pretty soon after, and I'm like, really? Okay. Like, I knew it was inevitable because of how many they had, but it's just, couldn't have waited a little longer to do that, so I didn't feel as bad. Whatever. What time is it? 4? Have we been doing this for 3 hours or 2 hours? I've probably been doing this for 2 hours. I haven't even finished this section yet. Well, at least the next part shouldn't be too difficult. Oh yeah, back to what that comic shop had. So they had a year ago, which I did see these also last year at the other comic shop at the other city. So they had those Double Pretenders. The Megatron, Double Pretender Megatron, because they decided to do Optimus, so like, I guess we'll do Megatron, was a repaint of, it wasn't a brand new Pretender shell like the Optimus had. It was, or well, newly made Pretender shell, wasn't brand new. Instead, it was a repaint of the Pretender shell used for, was it Brave Maximus? It was a repaint of Fortress Maximus released in Japan. I think he came out originally in 1988, where the original Fortress Maximus came out in 87, and he came out in Japan in 87 as well. So the following year, Takara decided to re-release it in different colors, and they made a Pretender shell for the robot that turned into the head for the Fortress Maximus mold, so, or body. So on the original Japanese release of Fortress Maximus, I think he would have been named Fortress. I forget if his name was Brave or not for the Brave Maximus. That would make sense, but I don't know if that's the case. That's probably correct, but I don't really know. That sounds right though, because it's like, if the other one was Fortress Maximus, so like, and the little guy in Japan was named Fortress, then it would make sense that if the other one's Brave Maximus, then the robot that becomes the head should be named Brave. So that's probably correct. So they gave, let's say his name is Brave. They made Brave a a pretender shell. So that body, which would be Cerebros in the U.S., was given a pretender shell to get into. That mold was currently looked at for a potential release because at the time Takara had done an encore reissue of Fortress Maximus, which I've seen a few times. In fact, did that comic shop have that in that picture that I saw from 3 weeks? That's from 3 weeks ago, maybe. But I saw that at that comic shop, at my other comic shop in the other city as well. I think last year, so that's kind of funny to see the parallels. It's funny they got the same things in similar periods of time. But anyway, so they were considering doing a Brave Maximus reissue. So that mold was currently not super in the archives because they were maybe considering it, so they brought it out. And FunPub saw that, people who ran BotCon and the Collectors Club, and said, hey, we're planning on doing a Pretender Optimus. Can we use this mold to make a Pretender Megatron? And they said, sure. So they repainted Brave Maximus's Pretender shell to make Pretender Megatron. And that Brave Maximus reissue never happened, unfortunately. So that was the only use that... that's only the second use, I think, that Pretender shell's ever gotten. I don't know if it's the only other use he'll ever get. I don't know what the condition of the original Fortress Maximus mold is. Either way, that toy can't be released in the US, so... if it ever gets released again, that's going to be a Takara thing anyway. Because the last time that mold was planned to get a US release was... the Fortress Maximus repaint from Car Robots, or Robots in Disguise. He featured in the show, and did get a release in Japan, but when Hasbro looked into, can we release this in the US, they tried to, they applied for its release or whatever, but then they had to test it to see if it still fit safety standards in the US, and it didn't, so that US release, or that Western release of the Car Robots, Fortress Maximus, or whatever he was called in Japan, I forget what he was called in Japan. If not, that might be Brave Maximus, I don't know. That never came out because of safety standard updates since 1987, so... maybe it's probably choking hazard related things would be my guess. There's nothing really dangerous about that toy. It's more just, oh, a kid could eat this and die. So, kind of interesting. But anyway, back on subject. Another thing they had around the same time, like a year ago, they had Shattered Glass Drift, which was one of the Transformers Collectors Club store figures from 2012, which makes sense because 2012 was a big Shattered Glass year. Shattered Glass, for people who don't know, is a alternate Transformers universe created by Fun Publications, which was inspired by I forget what the name of the Star Trek episode was, but it wasn't Dark Glass, was it? Maybe. It was pretty much good is evil, evil is good. So, like an inverted universe. So the Autobots are evil, the Decepticons are good. That type of thing. They first did the subject, or they first did a convention on the subject in 2008. Those figures are stupid expensive now. I have actually seen some of them. Like last year, the comic shop in the other city that I go to got in Ricochet from BotCon 08 and I think and Blur from Bakon '08. And it's Ricochet, Blur, and Sideswipe from Bakon 2008. Along with some other Shattered Glass figures from Bakon 2012. They were like 250 or so each, which I was just like, that's kind of ridiculous, but okay. Definitely some of the rarer Bakon toys I've seen there, but I've seen a bunch of I saw so many Bakon toys at that comic shop, or that collectible store last year. It's ridiculous how many I saw. Like, before that, I had probably only seen I've seen Collectors Club Collectors Club stuff at that store before, but before last year, I'd probably only seen a small handful. I could count on, like, one hand. After last year, I probably could count over 20 plus. It was ridiculous. They got, and that's also including it's like partially including my local comic shop as well, because sure, my local comic shop doesn't get a ton of Fun Pub stuff in. Most comic shops probably don't, but they got a few things in. Like last year, I bought Bakon 2009 Razor Claw, Bakon 2013 Electro. That's probably it for Bakon stuff I bought there. But they had Bakon 2012 Dark Mount, just Shattered Glass Straxus. Bakon, and they pretty much have like almost everything from Bakon 2012 or 2015. Zap Trap. At some point, they got in Galva Convoy, which was the customization class figure. Basically, you learn to customize. So you get an unpainted figure that you either assemble as well, or you just get it assembled already and you learn to paint it. And you could either go off of what they recommend you paint it like, or try something else with the paint you're given. Stuff like that. Saw that for like 150. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool, but I don't really know if I want an unpainted figure. They had my local comic shop had Sergeant Hound. The other comic shop also had a Sergeant Hound for a better price, so I bought it there. They had the Waruder drones, which are a bunch of different colored Waspinators. Both my local comic shop and the comic shop in the other city had that over the years. I think the only Bakon 2015 figure I've never seen in person, ever. The only one I haven't seen yet in person is General Optimus Prime, which is Sterling 30 Roadbuster in camo. That is the only one I've never seen from Bakon 2015. I've seen everything else. So that's kind of funny. Anyway, back on topic with the other comic shop that I go to that's in the one of the neighboring cities. They had what was some other stuff, like they had Bakon 2012 Kickover, Bakon 2012 Optimus, the Bakon 2012 box set. Like, Bakon 2012 is the next Bakon I've seen the most of outside of Bakon 2015. That's the second one I've seen the most stuff from. What have I not seen from Bakon 2012? Obviously, I haven't seen the customization class figure, because that was the final year for customization class. They didn't do like, basically they started customization class I think in 2006, I believe. The concept had been floated around for a bit, but it wasn't like officially a thing that they would do until like 2006. But it wasn't until 2010 that they would give you an unassembled figure in unique colors. Before that, it was, like, I think 2007, maybe it was 2007. that they started. 2007's one was supposed to be, it was, you had to paint an unassembled, you had to assemble a classic Scrimlock. So it was molded in those colors as well. They didn't mold it in unique colors yet until 2010. And you had to paint it like Overkill, Soundwave's Dino cassette, which is pretty much just a T-Rex with a horn on it, a horn on its mouth, on its head. Like, sure, because it has a horn on its snout, it looks like a Ceratosaurus, but it's definitely just supposed to be a T-Rex with a horn on its face because they thought it looked cool. Because what's his counterpart? Slugfest, and Slugfest is just a Stegosaurus with a horn on its snout. And there's no, I don't think there is any Stegosaurs that have horns on their heads. So they have horns on their sides, or not even horns, spikes. I wouldn't count those as horns. So yeah, I don't think we know of any Stegosaurs that have horns on their heads. So if that's the case, then they probably just said, let's make a T-Rex cassette and let's give it a horn on its snout because it looks cool. So I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be a T-Rex. I think he was even said to be a T-Rex, but it's like, he definitely looks more like a Ceratosaurus because he has that horn, but yeah, it's definitely just, oh, he's supposed to be a T-Rex. He even has 2 fingers. He's supposed to be a T-Rex, because I think Ceratosaurus has 4 fingers. I think. He's definitely just supposed to be a T-Rex with a horn on his face. So, anyway, wasn't the easiest for the first few customization classes to do because it's not in unique colors, so you have to paint most of it. You have to use a lot more paint than the later ones make you use, because it's obviously not molded in the proper colors. So it looked really off. Like the base body was gray because it's obviously just you could literally make it if you somehow took all the paint off of a classic Scrimlock, which you could do with like paint remover, whatever that would be called, like a paint removing solution of some sort, and then just paint it. You could do that. That's pretty much what they had to do, except it wasn't. It was a classic Scrimlock still on sprues because it hadn't been assembled. So they just took a bunch of them off the assembly line, gave them to FunPub, and said, have people, and we'll give you instructions to build it, and then have people paint it something else. Which is pretty cool because you weren't allowed to take, like, if you went to the customization class, you were supposed to take, you couldn't leave until you finished building the figure. You were not allowed to take pictures in there. You were not allowed to take the figure unassembled because there's like industry secrets type things with that. So that doesn't stop sometimes those older ones that didn't come pre-assembled. Because in 2013 onwards, so 2013 to 2016, customization class figures were made where you could either buy it pre-assembled without the special stickers, or maybe it did come with the stickers. I don't know, maybe some of the later ones did, but at least the 2013 one didn't come with any stickers. I don't think the 2014 one did either, if you bought it pre-assembled. It didn't go to the customization class, but you could still get it pre-assembled if you didn't go to the class. But if you did go to the class, you had to assemble it. You got special stickers to put on it, but you also had to paint it. And you would be given the paints, taught how to paint it, got a really cool figure out of it. Oh yeah, I should probably continue my story on Overkill. Because of how unsatisfactory that Overkill customization class turned out, Hasbro decided, well, I guess we'll do it ourselves. And in 2008, so the following year, they released as a special edition Transformers Universe Overkill, which was the same mold, classic Scrimlock, but molded in white and blue, with like yellow light piping and stuff. Really cool figure. I got that that was one of the things I got last year at my local comic shop for like $30. It's a pretty nice pickup, because that thing's like $60 or so. So that's one of the few times where it's like, oh, well, this Block-On toy didn't turn out as good as it could have, so I guess and that's excusable to do with customization class, I think, because like this isn't like a... They never did it again, where like they did a customization class figure again because it didn't turn out that great. But it was one of the first times they tried it. What was customization class for 2008? Oh yeah, it was it's supposed to be like Inferno, so they would... So maybe that was for 2006. I don't remember. It's kind of confusing. I don't think it was Shattered Glass related, even though you think it would be, because it's 2008, which is the first convention for Shattered Glass. 2009, it was Shattered Glass related. It was Shattered Glass Thunder Clash. Thunder Clash was in the box set that year. He was a repaint of Energon Rodimus. So it's just, oh, here's... I think it was just that figure, so it was molded in the colors that the Thunder Clash in the box set would be molded out of, instead of molded from a... instead of being based on a retail figure. So at least it was in different colors than a retail figure would be, but it was still not completely unique plastic molding. So you just got an unpainted Block-On Thunder Clash, and then you had to paint it different colors and give it like Shattered Glass logos. I think another one was Shattered Glass Night Beat. I forget what convention that was. That was probably 2008 convention, now that I think about it. Because I think it makes more sense for 2006's to be Inferno. Which I think Shattered Glass Night Beat was, I think, a repaint. Like, probably got the Collectors Club Night Beat unpainted. That was a figure they did. They took Energon Hot Shot and molded it in blue and yellow, like the shades of the original Night Beat toy. And that was a cool, and gave it a new head. That was a cool, like, early Collectors Club release. Is it Treebot Reviews? He has a cool review on that. So if that channel is still up by the time you see this video, I recommend watching it. Not to say, like, who knows, it could be deleted, or obviously if YouTube gets shut down, you would never see this video, so why am I saying this? I don't know. Interesting, no one's shown up yet, really. Like, obviously people have shown up, but they've never commented. Like, I've gotten a follower, I guess, this stream, and someone sent me a friend request, maybe. Okay, here's a comment. Speak of the devil. But no one's there. I guess it's just like, hello. I don't know if he did that on purpose. Did he hear that I was talking about no one's commented yet and then decided to comment? If not, that is hilarious. That's kind of funny. But I think it was... I'm not going to continue to talk about Night Beat because it's just... Yeah, it was probably just that figure, but unpainted. Give it slightly different paint. Oh, so that wasn't on purpose. That's funny. Well, most people are, because barely anyone watches this channel. Basically, on the rare time that I'm streaming, I work on a Minecraft build or whatever, and I talk about random subjects. This is Minecraft Bedrock on PS4, because I don't have any reason to buy a PS5. And I don't know if you can see the stream title, but the stream title does have Minecraft Bedrock with PS4 in quotations. quotations parentheses. Unfortunately, you can't, because this is a single player world, and two, I don't have PS Plus, which is something that is required to play online. So, even if I was allowing people to join this world, which I'm not, you wouldn't be able to join anyway. Sorry. Do you like what I'm working on? This is a base in the end. But I guess you would know that if you read the title. Been working on it for the last month and a half, 2 months. This is an extension to the end island. The end island is that way. Horror world? It almost reminds me of, like, that description sounds like it would be like the Halloween mashup pack from like 2013, 14. How long have I been playing this world? About a year and a half, a little more than that. This is my, on Minecraft Bedrock anyway, this is my first like proper world I've done. Before I would play with my friends, and before that my last like proper survival world by myself was on Minecraft PS4 edition. I've been working on this base and I don't even have an elytra yet. I haven't even defeated the Wither yet. I've done all of this without beacons. Or anything like that, so I've spent a lot of time on this. The Wither, like the beacon thing isn't a big deal until you see some of the other things I've done in the overworld. Because I've dug out like a big underground base, and it took me like a month to do because I didn't have a beacon, and I was just using standard iron pickaxes because I have an iron farm, so might as well use those instead of enchanted stuff. I looked at it this morning because I have a bunch of videos in 8x speed of me digging it out, and most of them aren't even public because I was just like, it's kind of redundant. Like, who wants to see me digging out? And some of those 8x speed videos are almost an hour long anyway, so it's like an hour, like 50 minutes times 8. It's like there's multiple videos that are not public of that length of me digging that out. So it's ridiculous. I don't know if this guy's still here because it's just showing me a 1, which is probably myself. Because obviously I'm watching the stream, so I can see comments and obviously check audio. But yeah, so that was funny for me to look into that this morning. I'm like, how much? Like, how long did this take me again? It was like, oh yeah, it was over a month for the underground amusement park, which was originally going to be a like a observatory of the solar system, which it still is, like, kind of. Like, the idea of it was like, oh, it was originally this, but then it was converted into something else, which it literally is, because I was originally going to build it as that, but then I thought to myself, well, what's the point in me spending so much time building something I can't even use? And sure, the amusement park isn't useful at all, but at least I can do something with it. Like, I can still interact with it, where the other thing is just me looking at it. So, like, the walls in there are black wool, the cobblestone, like plus shape that's built into like the wall, like the overhanging thing. That's where the planets would have attached to. It's like it was already half built, kind of as that. It's just more like, oh, and I could still build it as that if I wanted to, if I just dug down the rest of the. Like I could probably still have space to dig up to make like the full circle, like the full globe shape. But I think at least the calculations and could have done the at least half of the dome or half of the globe on the downward side. Or I could have just had it be black hole and you would barely be able to see that that's the bottom. But I'm just like, I'd rather have something that I can actually interact with than something I'm just looking at. I don't know, maybe I'll do another, expand that underground facility again, because I do obviously have like that potential hallway spot marked. And I might expand it and maybe build that observatory again. Hopefully with a beacon next time. Under like the Nature Dome or something. Yeah, that seems to be the type of people that come into these streams. It's always like, oh, can I play with you? Most of them don't stick around to talk much, unfortunately. It's just people looking for people to play with, which, yeah, is a fair thing to do. But it's like, I have a project to work on. I have work to do. At least in a Minecraft world, of course. I don't have actual, like, job work to do. But if you want to hear me talk about my life situation, check the last one, the previous stream, because I go into the detail about that. But okay, so now we have the center done. It only took 2 hours plus. Just shows you how long it takes to do this. I can't imagine these, like, not even like thirds. Like maybe if you combine the two halves together, it'd be like a third of the water. Can't imagine that would take too long, but we'll see. At least do this one because I know there's less space here to fill up than that side, so this should be quicker. Should be is the key word there, or keywords. Let's see, how long have I been? 1 hour and 51 minutes. Okay, so I've been doing this for like 2 hours. Not terrible. Should probably turn the lights on though. It's getting a little dark. The sun's probably going to set in a matter of an hour and a half. So let's turn the lights on. Oh yeah, I was talking about BotCon figures I've seen. I went on a tangent about customization class figures, which I've only seen one of, I think, and that was Galva Convoy from 2015. Otherwise, it's like, that I've seen most of this. What have I not seen from 2012? I haven't seen BotCon Spinister in person. I've not seen that figure yet. I've seen Octopunch because my local comic shop has him and has had him for like 2 years now. But it's like, yeah, you're trying to sell him for $200. Like, sure, that's what he's worth, but if you decreased his price, people would be more likely to get the guy with ducks on his chest. Shatterglass Octopunch, who came with BotCon Spinister. Who else have I not seen? I technically haven't seen the most of the Shatterglass not Stunticons. Wasn't even looking underwater. Why are you making that noise? I haven't seen most of the Shatterglass Junkions. My local comic shop, a funny story, which I should probably also post on that community tab someday, has had what looks like Shatterglass Stunticon, and that's Junkion, but it isn't. The body is, but the arms are of Reveal the Shield Rekgar. The hands are of the Shatterglass Junkion. The head is of Generations Junkheap, I think. And so is the windshield, or whatever it's called, on a motorcycle. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, obviously in the movie, the Junkions are like, oh, take apart, put back together. And that's obviously what this person did, the previous owner did to that figure, and probably all of his other Junkions, if I had to guess. But it's like, really? You did this to the BotCon ones as well? Why? Do you know how expensive these things were just to acquire back in the day? He probably had to spend hundreds of dollars to get those. Why would you take them apart and mash them together with those figures? With, like, the mass release figures? That's so stupid. And that was like the Junkions from, was it 2 years ago? Legacy Evolution, I believe. Those Junkions, which we're finally getting like the final member of those this coming year with Jalopy, which is only exists to make up for the fact that for whatever reason they decided to make one of the Junkions from Legacy Evolution not in standard Junkion colors. The rest were. Really strange. I don't know why they did that, but okay. But now you can finally get a properly uniform colored, like, Junkosaurus or whatever it's called, which was a weird pseudo-official combined mode. So, that's cool. And to be fair, I think out of the bunch he does look the nicest out of those, but I wouldn't buy it because it's just unnecessary to have. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. I don't know why they ever did that. Like, what is it, Axle Grease, which was like the female one they made? It was the only Decepticon one as well, and they made her in like purple and either black or silver, maybe a bluish color, like a navy. Strange. They're just like, why did you do this? Why did you make this figure if your whole idea was for them to be uniform? And that was obviously their intention initially. So because there were never any different colored ones on the the box art for the whole line that year. I guess I did not get any saplings. Okay. So that was very strange for them to do. But I guess now they're making up for that stupid thing they did. So that's neat, I guess. And obviously those were made on purpose to be put together, like you could fuse them together and stuff, which is neat. It's like have like the front half be like the motorcycle, the back half be like a tow truck or sport or like a muscle car or something. It's like, that's really cool. But that's not what the Reveal the Shield ones were made to do, but this guy did it anyway, and he did it with some of them with the most expensive ones. So I'm like, why did you do this? Why did you do this? That's such a waste. But my local comic shop has had that abomination sitting in that glass case for $50 for years now. And I said, I had them open the glass case just so I could take a look at it, because maybe they're thinking I'd buy it. just because I wanted to look at it, just to confirm what other weird things, like I couldn't see the head from that direction, but I could notice everything else. And just to confirm how weird it was, and that's where I found out, yeah, it has Junkheap's head. So I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, and then I was, no, I don't want to buy it. It's like if you reduced it by like $20 at least, I'd maybe consider it, but I would not buy that for full price. Not paying $50 for that. It's insane. So technically, I've never come across the 2012 Shatterglass Junkions proper in person at a comic shop. So it's like, that's kind of funny. Otherwise, that's it. I think those are the only ones besides like Spinister, the Junkions, and of course Shattered Glass, Long Arm, which was the customization class. So it was Reveal Shield Jazz, or Special Ops Jazz, and Shockwave Purple. And he got like an alternate head option to be Shockwave, so you could also, I guess, make like a modern Generations style alternator Shockwave, or whatever. You got like and they also gave him a special gun that looked like Shockwave's gun, or Shockwave's gun mode. Though, from what I've heard, it's my microphone that you can use. Microphone is, yeah. Sometimes the audio gets a little quiet on my end because the headset is plugged into the controller. And if it like twists a certain direction, it only half works. So it's like, I wonder, has my audio been recording, and why is it a little quiet? So I hope that was recorded. Recording, and the weather, like the beacon thing isn't a big deal until you see some the other things from 2015. Oh. Otherwise, it's like I've seen most of this. What have I not seen from 20? Yeah, okay. I think that recorded. I was talking about Shatterglass Long Arm, but I think it's Junkions, just in case this didn't record because it was bugging out for a second. Haven't seen the Junkions, haven't seen Spinister, and I haven't seen Long Arm from 2012. I think I've seen everything else. 2016 I've also seen a decent amount of stuff from, all because my local comic shop also got BotCon 2016 stuff in last year. So they also got, what was it? It's funny that sand is making that noise. I'm still not used to that because that's a pretty recent addition. It's like wind is blowing the sand, but obviously there's no actual particles. I'm like, there just has to be a certain amount of sand. It doesn't have to be in a sandy biome or anything. So that's why that sound's playing in the the end, not the nether. Should I? Yeah, I think I should probably break this wall. So what did I say from BotCon 2016? Last year they got in the entire BotCon 2016 box set minus Ravage. I don't know if they got Ravage in and he just sold before I got there or whatever, but they were selling all of them individually, which I don't think they would do if they had all 5 figures. So something tells me they didn't get Ravage for whatever reason, but they had C-Clamp, Cicada-Con, and Ramhorn, I believe, and Tarantulas. I think the cheapest one was like 150 or 180, and then the two most expensive ones for C-Clamp and Tarantulas were 200. And I'm like, I love that Tarantulas. I wouldn't mind having it, but I've never spent that much on a Collector's Club figure before. The most I've spent is like 120-ish. Under 130. That's the most. And that was one I'd been looking a long time for, which was a Collectors Club subscription service, my only subscription service figure. 2.0. Why am I doing it like this? I need a little more space than that. Subscription service 2.0 tread shot. I love hearing the echoes of old Minecraft music when you're in the end. That's another thing that was like, wouldn't it be cool to terraform the end and kind of make it look like beta Minecraft almost, in terms of like blocks used and build style? Because this kind of is the last remnant of that. Like, because this dimension hasn't been touched since 2016, and only in a major way outside of the first 1,000 block radius. Otherwise, it's practically the same as it has been, besides for, I guess, the end gateways. Since 1.0. I guess the Ender Dragon works a little different now, but that's not something you would really notice. So it's like, this is the last remnant of before they started adding new music tracks and other stuff like that. So it hasn't changed much in the last 9 years. So it would make sense to build it, to do a project to kind of make that obvious. Like, oh, this hasn't changed much, so why not try to build like a relict player population who somehow was like trapped in the end, and but had a ton of stuff with them, and they tried to make the end like home. That was kind of the idea. Get back to BotCon 2016. So they got those 5 in. And as much as I like that Tarantulas, I wasn't really ready to spend $200 on him. What am I doing? I grabbed that water on purpose for a reason. I didn't put it in there yet. There we go. But thinking back on it, that probably wouldn't have been the worst move in the world, because it's either getting him then and there, or somehow if someone ever lists him by himself again, which is very unlikely, he'd probably be far worse priced. And or I'd have to get the whole box set, which is like $1,000, and I'm like, no. Those figures are neat, but not $1,000 good. So kind of a bad move on my end, not maybe at least considering it. Oh yeah, I was talking about a tread shot. That's the only subscription service figure I have right now. There's a few other ones. Like, one thing I found funny, like I would catalog. Oh, what happened? Like, I would catalog. What BotCon Collectors Club toys do I like? And it turned out like a good 90% of them were either souvenir figures, so figures not part of the box set, or a subscription service or club store figures. Very few of them were figures from the box set, from the box sets. Like, it was just like the main draw. So I was like, that's kind of funny. But that Tarantulas was one of the box set ones that I liked. So I was like, What was it? The other BotCon 2016 things they got in, I think they got 2 things. They had Unit 3 and Tigatron, which was one of the souvenir 2-packs they sold. It also came with a bunch of stickers, so you could make a weird form of Magnaboss. So you could apply a bunch of stickers to the Combiner Wars, Ironhide, Prowl, and Silverbolt, to make them like Maximals, but they're pretty much in their original forms. kind of strange. Anyway, Tigatron, who was a repaint of the Ravage that I said wasn't there, he was like $180, and I was like, I'm not paying $180 for that. That figure is kind of cool, and I do like that it references a previous Bakon toy, which I finally saw that original Bakon Tigatron earlier this year. I would not pay $180 for it, but Unit 3, which is another Bakon souvenir toy that I kind of liked, because I was like, oh, that's a very... has an appealing color scheme. He's a Maximal that's a car, which is not something you get really outside of BotCon. And he's a super duper obscure character. So I was like, oh, I like him. He's really cool. But when going for what he normally goes for, which is like $300 for just him, because a lot of the BotCon 2016 stuff is like some of the most expensive BotCon toys, because it was the final BotCon. Jeez, that's loud. But also, it's Beast Wars. Beast Wars fans are ridiculous when it comes to their love of the franchise. So if it's anything rare Beast Wars, it can be ridiculously expensive. And those are some of the rarest Beast Wars figures there are. So yeah, not good. But so like I've seen him for like $300 before sold. So I'm like, geez. But they had him without his card, but he had his gun and his combiner part for $120. And I was like, okay, I might like get him. I didn't get him the first time I saw him, but he was still there the next time I went, like 2 months later. Or maybe it was a month, I forget. What did I get the first time I saw him? I don't really remember what it was that I bought that day. But he was there the next time, somehow, and I bought him. Because it's like, I remember when I had him, we got someone to take him out of the case or whatever, and I was there at the register of the store. Really cool store, by the way. There was a guy in the line who was like, isn't that a BotCon toy or whatever? I was like, yeah, he's and I said he's based off a McDonald's toy, because he is. He's based off of the Beast Wars McDonald's figure that they would sell, or they would give to kids who were under 3 years of age. So his name was Under 3, or like that's what it said on the bag. He didn't have a name. But then they said, and if he ever appeared in any fiction, like a comic book or whatever, he'd be a background character or a joke background character. So to give him like a proper name, they called him Unit 3. To sound similar to the fan name he was given, which was based off the bag he came in. And yeah, I thought that was funny. BotCon 2016 went through a lot of changes during its like planning phase. Initially they wanted it, like, sure, it was still going to be Beast Wars themed, but they were originally going to do Beast Wars Uprising, which was like Beast Wars meets Hunger Games. That was a concept that Fun Publications came up with, and they already produced some figures for through their subscription service or their club store or membership figures. I have one of them. I got one of them this year, which was debatably the main figure for that, which is a Lio Convoy. Repaint plus new head of Thrilling 30 Orion packs, which was later repainted, or at least the mold was reused and recolored with that head to make both Nova Prime, Nova Prime's first toy, and Galva Convoy, which I talked about earlier. All three of those came out the same year. Nova Prime was one of the club store figures. I don't know if he was the only one. He probably was, though, because they rarely did 2 club store figures a year. They did it, though, but the last, like, 3 years, I don't think they did. Then, obviously, Alpha Convoy was the customization class figures for that year's BotCon. Customization class figure. Did I say figures? Because there wasn't more than one. I don't think they ever did more than one. Like, there's more than one option you could choose. Like, it's all the same figure, but you could paint it different ways to be different characters. But, yeah, so that's... Anyway, then there was Transmutate, Rampage. The first one they ever did was Depth Charge, which, funny enough, I've seen twice now. He was the subscription figure, so you got him with your subscription in 2013. And weirdly, I think he would be mailed to you, or if you were attending BotCon that year, you could pick him up there instead. But there's also an option at BotCon, if you paid a few extra dollars or whatever, you could get him, and I guess you could still probably just, if you went to the BotCon, you could just buy him without having the subscription. But I feel like most people that went to BotCons had the subscription already. So I think you could either, like, for the membership figures, they'd either be mailed to you, but if you said you were attending BotCon, you could just pick it up there. Or if you weren't a member, but you were attending BotCon, which I'm just like, how would you do that if you weren't a member? But okay, you could just buy him there, and you could either buy him in a bag there, or you could, for the only time they ever did it, they also sold him on card there. Which is neat, but I don't know why you would buy it on card. And funny enough, my local comic shop last year got 2 carded Collectors Club Depth Charges in. One of them was sold a few months ago, but they still have one, to my knowledge, for like $75 each. So I was like, that's kind of funny. It's like they had one for a month or so, and then they got a second one. I'm like, really? So another person brought one of these in? Like, he's not the rarest Collectors Club figure in the world, but it's just kind of funny to think, like, oh, another one of these showed up, and another carded one at that. To be fair, I feel like a lot of the ones that get sold are carded ones, because it's like, you can't really do much with a carded figure, can you? You can't really display that outside of, like, putting it on a wall or having it sit. Don't miss these Black Friday deals from PlayStation, okay? I'm not going to use that, but thanks for telling me for the 5th time. But apparently, they've slowly been removing, like, features from PlayStation 4 over the last few years, probably an incentive to be like, well, we're winding down the servers or whatever. Like, a few years ago, they got rid of PlayStation Communities, which was not even a feature on PS5. It was like one of the first major features they got rid of. And I think recently they got rid of, like, the ability to host tournaments or something. That was never a feature, like, in, like, the What's New tab. I never used those, ever, but, and I don't know how many people did, but it's a shame that they, like, I don't know why they removed these types of things. It's like, who cares? What is it, what reason is there to remove it? Besides just to be like, well, if you want to still use this function, buy the new PlayStation. That's the only guess I have for why they would do such a thing. It's so stupid. How about make better games so people actually buy your console? Not that PS5 games are bad, it's just like, personally, at least for my interest, there hasn't been a single game to come out that I'm like, oh yes, I need a PS5 for this. Like, the PS4 is like, oh, I can't play Garden Warfare 2 on a PS3, so I guess I'll get a PS4. I can't play Battlefront on PS3, so I get a PS4. I can't get Battlefront 2, but I already had Battlefront 1 by the time they announced that, so not really much of a difference there, but still. Like, those were games that attracted me to a PS4. But there isn't, like, sure, I like Spider-Man, but not really big into Spider-Man games. And the thing is, sure, they were exclusive to PS5 for a time, but they later downgraded them to be able to be played on PS4, so there's no difference. It's like every game that's been announced that I'm like, oh, that might be interesting. It's just like, well, I haven't played, even though I have the PS Plus copy for like Jedi Fallen Order, I haven't played it yet, so I have no real incentive to buy Jedi Survivor. And like, I'm not really much of a single player guy. I like multiplayer games. But if it is a single player game, it's like, oh, I'm not really much into MMOs or RPGs, but I might try Knights of the Old Republic when that remake comes out. They haven't really talked much about it since they announced it at, like, what was that, PlayStation State of Play, like, 4 or 5 years ago. All we know is, it's probably still in development. That's it. So I'm like, that game's probably not even coming out. I probably should make a little more space than that. Here. Let's do that. And then I'd love a new Battlefront game. But if they announce a new Battlefront game, then sure, I'll get a PS5. But at this point, it might be on a PS6. So, no reason for me to get a PS5. And the biggest thing for why it's like, well, I don't need to get a PS5. I can play with PS5 people. Not to say that's a bad thing. Like, I really hope they don't get rid of that when they make the PS6. Like, I don't want them to say, no, you can't play with PS5 people if you have a PS6. Because that may have been a big reason for why sales for the PS5 have been low, because if it's a game that people can play on both, they have no reason to buy the other one. Because it's not like they're locking their friends away, or like their friends are not locked out from playing with their friends if they have only the previous system. So it's kind of stupid. Like, it's dumb. I wonder if anyone's still here. Probably not. No. Yeah, this stream's definitely been less active than the last one. But I guess that's what I should expect. Last stream was abnormally active. Just right time, I guess. Not a lot of people are willing to watch PlayStation streams, I guess, right now. Even though it's a weekend. I don't know, maybe it's just not the right time right now. Maybe more people join in a few hours when more people get off work or something. Like, I've been doing YouTube on this channel for coming up on 8 years. Like, it's... And I'm still only at like 422 or something subs. Fluctuates between like 420 and like 419 or 422. A lot. I get it. I don't make the best stuff. In today's standard, my stuff wouldn't even probably considered good. But it just makes me wonder, it's like if I did these types of videos like a decade ago, it'd probably be a little more forgiving in terms of their quality. And like, yeah, I only play like 3 games. I play Minecraft, GBO, and Fortnite. And then if I have PS Plus, I play Battlefront. That's it. And I guess if I downloaded other things, I'd probably play like Garden Warfare 1. But most of those are not games people watch videos on. GBO 2 is a very niche community. As cool as of a game that is. Fortnite, people do watch videos of, but I don't really like to make Fortnite videos. I only make, like, I rarely, like, I make Team Rumble videos because that's the game mode I have the most fun in. But barely anyone watches those. Because there's no stakes to those rounds, outside of who wins or loses. It's just, oh, I have fun, and you get to see how well I did. That's, if I do well, I might make a video on it. Might not. I don't know. If I do really well, then of course I'm going to make a video on it. But I'm not going to stream it. Not anymore, anyway. I haven't streamed Fortnite in years. Otherwise, it's like, oh, I have the most fun with Fortnite with friends. Same with Minecraft. Not that I don't enjoy this. I love playing Minecraft even by myself. But wouldn't mind playing with others if I could. As I said in the previous stream, playing Minecraft with others is so much more interesting than playing by yourself. Because you get to see what other people are up to, you get to see how they think, what their preferences in building are, what they will build. Minecraft world is so much more interesting when you have more than one mind behind it. Did I have 2 almost broken pickaxes? The angle I'm sitting at, I can't really see their durability. Because there's like candles in front of the TV. Like jars or whatever. Basically, my brother likes to play with his girlfriend on the Wii that we still have, that we've had since like 2009. But our sensor bar is kind of broken, so the only way for it to kind of work is to have candles lit up, which act as like a pseudo sensor bar. Because it like apparently works similar. I remember my brother was bothering me about like, where's Wii Sports? And I'm like, you have Wii Sports Resort. What's wrong with that? It's like, I want to play baseball or whatever. Because apparently that's the only unique mini game between the two. It's like, and of course like, and he's a big golf guy, so it's like he wants to play. At least it's the only unique one that he cares about. And of course the 2 games have different golf courses, but it's like Wii Sports Resort is a better game in general. Just play that. I don't know what happened to our original copy of Wii Sports. In fact, I don't even know what happened to most of our Wii games. They probably got thrown out, unfortunately. My mom used to throw things out a lot. Like, that's why a lot of my Lego sets are either only pieces or whatever, and a lot of my stuff that I had as a kid is missing. Because she threw them out for whatever reason. I'm like, at least ask me first before you do that. But she never did. Like sometimes my dad would salvage it from the trash. Because he knew I cared about it. So I wouldn't be surprised if our childhood copy of Smash Brothers Brawl turned out like that. Or Mario Kart Wii. Like I would love to play Brawl again. And now my battery is dying. Great. Even though I was never very good at it. One of these days, I'll try to learn how to play fighting games. And Smash isn't even like a complex fighting game. It's very simple. I don't know. I haven't played it. Like last time I played a Smash Bros. Game was Ultimate during like lunch in like high school. And I was okay at it. That's about it. It's getting a little dark now. The sun's setting. At 5:16. The sky is turning a little orange-ish. Turning a little more pastel, I guess is how I would say it. Oh. What happened? Did I break the bottom one again? I hate when I do that. It is kind of funny when people join and ask, what version of Minecraft is this? And I'm like, it's in the title. Did you not read it before you asked something? It's a little strange. Like, it's right there. You don't need to ask the question. You can just read it. It's kind of funny, though. But it's just like, obviously, I don't really know what it looks like on their end. If they're watching it through live on PlayStation, then maybe it's not super obvious what the title is. But I'm like, pretty sure it says it above it before you go full screen. One funny thing from like live on PlayStation or whatever, if I go to my profile and I watch, I'll finish talking when that calms down, and I watch like my own videos or whatever, the quality is like super duper low. Like the thumbnails are perfectly fine quality because obviously they were made on PlayStation, and so is the footage. But for whatever reason, when you look at like media on a profile, it's like I don't think you can select quality unless that's in like a settings thing separate. But it's like, why are you playing my video in like almost 360 480p? Like, really? It is kind of funny though. Like the thumbnails are like perfect quality. They're as good as they were when I made them. But like on anything that isn't a PlayStation, those thumbnails look terrible because they're like not bit crushed. Compressed. So I'm like, so if I want it to be decent quality on like a phone or whatever, I would need to upload a private video of just the thumbnail and then take a picture of like a screenshot of it and then edit the video to make that screenshot of the thumbnail in a better quality, the thumbnail, which is kind of funny and annoying. Like obviously I'm talking a lot during this stream because it's like if I just did this streaming without any commentary of any kind, no matter if it has to do with anything that's important to the screen, it's like, it would be very boring. Sure, nobody's watching this, but it's like, I want people to know that I speak so that they'll be willing to ask questions or willing to have a conversation so I can talk about something more relevant. Or at least talk to someone else. But that rarely happens. I'd like that to be more common, but I don't know. YouTube live streaming is not something that you see that often. If people want to watch streamers, they usually watch Twitch. But I don't want to stream on Twitch, because one, that's 2 different accounts I need to worry about. I technically think I do have a Twitch account, but I've only used it for like streaming twice. And that was 7 years ago. I really only used it to get the Fortnite Twitch stuff. They're cool skins, but I rarely use them. It's kind of funny, like the first Twitch Prime pack had 2 skins in it, which were I think Havoc and Sub Commander. It's like, obviously Sub Commander was designed for the Twitch collab because it's like Sub Commander and it has purple accent colors on the skin and whatever, and it's a completely unique skin. I don't think they ever recolored it into anything. But Havoc was probably just a legendary skin they had just lying around that they hadn't used yet, because it has nothing to do with Twitch at all. No hint to it whatsoever. So I'm guessing they probably just said, heck it, we'll release it this way. It's just a generic Raptor recolor and camo. The only thing it had similar to Sub Commander was it was like gray. That's about it, so. And then the next Twitch Prime pack had nothing to do with Twitch at all. Just a random soldier-ish girl skin, like the counterpart to one of the Battle Pack skins around that time. Or at least in the same set. So it's just like, well, this is just a bunch of random items that you just hadn't had a reason to use yet. Their time in the shop just hadn't come yet, and you decided, you know what, we're never going to put in the shop, we're just going to put in this. And now those are some of the rare skins in the game. Actually, that entire second pack was just all random things that they just hadn't put in the shop yet. That they could have if they wanted to, but decided, well, we have this Twitch collab, and they're asking for another set, so let's select some random items we haven't put out yet, but have created. And use them. So that's kind of funny. Why was the used pickaxe in my inventory? Once I finish this half, I'll look at the stream and see if I should continue or if I should work on the rest of it off camera. What's another topic I can talk about? Oh yeah, it's going to be December really soon. In 2 days. Tomorrow is the last day of November. I plan on checking my local comic shop, maybe both local comic shops, and hopefully checking some Walmarts and a Ross or 2 before the end of the year, or before Christmas. I already have a bunch of stuff set up for the latest haul picture. Basically every few months I do a picture of all the stuff I've gotten lately. Got a lot more than I was expecting to get, but that's what happens when you find cheap G.I. Joes at the local comic shop, and when you finally got something from Japan that you've been waiting to buy but kept putting off for ages. So the Japan stuff could have easily been in the last haul, but and then the other thing was just unexpected. Otherwise, it's like if neither of those happened, like it would be far less stuff, kind of. And then like other things, like, oh, I found a really cool Transformer on eBay for a ridiculous price because no one bid on it, so I bought it. It's stuff like that. Stuff I didn't foresee. Well, to be fair, whenever you buy collectible stuff, you rarely foresee it, unless it's something that's currently in stores or whatever. Yeah, so it's like I already have plenty of stuff, but I'm not going to make that photo or photos just yet because I still have my last comic shop visits and Walmart and Ross checks of the year left to do, which probably won't happen for another week and a half. After that, though, I'll definitely do that final haul photo, at least the one before Christmas. The Christmas one will be the last one of the year, as always. We'll see how that goes. What was that noise? Yeah, I would say, I think that sound is supposed to be like when you get like water in your ears or whatever. Like that's what it sounds like when you're underwater at like the pool. Or I guess just underwater in general. But it's like half the time it plays, I'm not even in the water, or my perspective isn't under the water, so I'm like, why are you playing this sound effect? It's kind of strange. When I say not in the water, I mean like under the water. Yeah, it only plays when my perspective is under the water, not when I am under the water. It's really strange. If I put my perspective under the water, it plays it. But if my perspective isn't under the water, what it should be is if your head is under the water, because that's what that sound is. It's like you're hearing underwater. But if my head isn't under the water, then why is it making that sound? My vision is under the water doesn't mean my head is, so that's a little strange, at least in this game. Obviously not in real life. Of course your head's underwater if your vision is underwater, but not in the game. Like I should be hearing it right now. Not like this. That's so weird. And all it takes is my respect to be under there for a millisecond. And then another thing that I started doing, I think last year, would be, so we have top 10 things I got this year, which is separate from all the haul photos. Just taking things from those different hauls and deciding what's the top 10 things I got from these. And then maybe honorable mentions, top 10, so like top 10 honorable mentions. So it's like top 20, but the 10 are more important. And And then I would also do top 10 things that I like, rarest things I saw that I didn't buy this year. Which I could probably schedule that post now if I wanted, because I highly doubt I'm going to find anything at the local comic shops if I check them one more time that would dethrone anything on those lists. But you never know. That would be on the list right now, so you never know. Like, I've seen a lot of cool stuff this year, like G2 Colossus, which is G1 Clench, but it's G2 release. They had a boxed one. I talked about this last stream. E-Hobby Sunstorm, E-Hobby Magnificus, JoeCon 2007, 2009, and 2011 box sets. What else? OTFCC 2004 Sentinel Maximus, BotCon 2001 Transmetal Tigatron, trying to think of some other ones. Tokyo Toy Show Sons of Cybertron from 2010, which was based off the classics molds. They did the same thing, I think, the following year for animated. Funny enough, I did see the Rodimus from that Sons of Cybertron animated set loose as well at the same comic shop, my local comic shop. They had it loose for like 20-something bucks without the his bow, which I thought was cool. I've seen a lot of animated stuff this year, which is kind of funny because, like, before this year I really hadn't seen much animated stuff. The most like Transformers animated is what I'm saying, for those who don't know. For those who are unaware, Transformers Animated was the TV show that came out after the first live-action movie. It lasted from late 2007, technically. That was more like the first like 3 episodes, and then it finally like properly started in 2008. And I think its first toys came out in either late 2008 or 2009. And then, and those toys were really cool because a lot of the animated designs were not. It's like Transformers Prime was the same way, though at least Transformers Prime was a little. I imagine Transformers Prime was a little easier to do. Those designs were not created with toys in mind, which is weird to say for Transformers because the whole reason the show truly exists is to sell stuff. And make people fans of the franchise. But those designs weren't created with toys in mind. It was more, they created the show designs first, and then they had to somehow figure out how to make toys from that art style, which I can't imagine was easy. But they somehow did it, and made toys out of those very stylistic figures. Like, even more stylistic than the Transformers Prime stuff was, which, to be honest, Transformers Prime stuff isn't that different from standard Transformers. It's like, yeah, it's a little more thin in places, like Transformers Prime, but it's like, it's not that far off. Like, they did reuse Transformers Prime molds to make Generations figures on occasions. They never did that for Transformers Animated. Transformers Animated was so specific in its art style that you could not release those figures outside of that toy line. You could never reuse those molds outside of that toy line. The only time they did it was through like They reused those molds for BotCon, obviously, but that's because that entire, like, BotCon 2011 was themed around Transformers Animated. Like, it was a continuation of that story in some way. Whereas, and I think the last time they ever reused one of those molds in the US was for Collectors Club subscription service Jackpot, who was meant to be an animated character anyway, like an animated version of the Action Master. Then the final use of any animated molds was from Takara for Transformers Adventure, which was their version of Robots in Disguise 2015. They repainted Lockdown for that toy line. They repainted Swoop and Slug, or was he named Snarl in animated? I forget. The Triceratops. They couldn't use his original name because even though that original name has other meanings, and the other meaning is what they meant. In England, it also means, like, I don't know, like a prostitute almost. So, yeah, you're not going to... They kind of couldn't use that, at least outside of... They could have probably still gotten away with it in the US, but at least overseas it's like, it still worked for the time, but a little frowned upon, especially with, like, people are very much more aware of that kind of stuff nowadays and care a lot more about it than they used to. Which I'm just like, I don't really care that much. Like, sure, I would never use those words, but like, why are you so mad that people use them? They're just words. They only have meaning if you give them it. And they're only bad if the context is bad. So, whatever. Because it really, like, affects, like, entertainment. I'm like, YouTube videos used to be a lot more funny when people could get away with saying bad things. Oh well. I wonder if you guys can hear the, saying you guys, there's no one here yet, or anymore. Not right now, anyway. Over the static of the headset, can you hear that music in the background? If not, I'm sure you can find, like, nether ambience music on YouTube. But it's not really a good thing, very interesting to listen to, so I don't know if anyone would upload that, but... Need to grab more, like, more pickaxes. Anything interesting get uploaded on YouTube? Not that I'm really seeing. A bunch of different videos, but just nothing I'm really interested in watching right now. Anything interesting on Mercari? Not really. Mercari the other day, I found, like, I was looking like, I wonder if there's anything cool for e-hobby on Mercari right now. Didn't really find anything. I should definitely make more use of the stone and stuff. In fact, I should probably do that before I don't want to really make another chest, so that would be useful though. But let's make the next areas I need to fill in before I make any more pickaxes, so I have space for them. But yeah, didn't really find too much. What did I find? I found like a e-hobby Magnificus, an e-hobby Convo Bat, but I'm like, I'm not paying 200 bucks for Convo Bat, no matter how cool he is, which I do think he's cool. It's like, that's the type of stuff where I've found e-hobby toys, specifically at my local comic shop. I don't think I've seen any at the one in the neighboring city, which I've mentioned a million times. Like I've seen Gade P, which is the Guardian robot. I don't know why they called it that. I've seen Sunstorm, Magnificus. That's about it. Well, actually, no. I've seen the cassettes for the Transformers series that should not be named, but I'm probably going to do it anyway, which is Transformers Kiss Players. Don't look into that if you don't want to. That it's Japan being Japan, but even Japan, even some Japanese people were like, maybe we're putting this a little too far. Anyway, I saw the cassettes for that, which I think are a repaint of... They're G1 cassette repaints for... Was it Flipsides? Was the name of one of them, I believe? Or Rosanna, actually, was one of them. A repaint of... Eject slash... What's his name? How am I forgetting his name? He's the more famous of the two. Rewind. How did I forget that? Maybe it's because I was thinking of Beast Wars Uprising Eject earlier. Like, the other day. Because I wouldn't mind having that. Like, I wouldn't mind getting the subscription service 2.0 Eject and Rewind figures. The repaints with new heads of the Transformers United Rumble and Frenzy. Those figures never came out in the States for whatever reason. Their initial US releases were planned, but they were canceled. I forget, were they meant to be part of Reveal the Shield? Maybe. Because that's pretty much what Transformers United was a... Transformers United, I think, was like the Japanese counterpart to Reveal the Shield slash... slash Generations, like the original Generations line, which gave rise to the Generations line that technically has been continuing for the last how many years? Last 15 years at least. Pretty much every Transformers line outside the movie lines has been considered part of Generations. Oh, someone's here. Okay, my brother got home. I think that was his door closing, or the bathroom, either one. Hopefully he'll stay in there. Or stay over there. I guess I'll know if he's in his room if I start hearing him screaming about whatever he does. I don't need to listen yet. Yeah, so those original releases for the US never happened, so the only way they got them out in the States was by repainting them into Blasters cassettes for the Collectors Club. So not even like wide releases either, but I don't think their prices are that different. The United ones and the Collectors Club figures, I don't think they're that different. The United ones are probably cheaper if I had to guess, because they're definitely wider released, even if they are Japanese exclusive figures. But I wouldn't be surprised if both complete sets are probably like 100-ish, if you want both of them each. So like, you want both Rumble and Frenzy, pay $100. You want both Eject and Rewind, about 120 or so, I think. I was like, I wouldn't mind having those because they're pretty cool figures. Anyway, back to flipping e-hobby. Because like I know I've seen, like what I was pretty much saying was, I've never seen any of like the modern Generations-esque e-hobby toys, I think, in person before. I could be wrong. I don't know, did I ever see the... No, I don't think I did. I might be just confusing things that I saw online. Maybe he's in the bathroom because I keep hearing doors open. But like on Mercari, I've seen previously like eHobby Deadlock, which is the Decepticon version of Drift. It's not a different character, it's him earlier in his life when he was a Decepticon. That's a pretty cool figure. I don't know, have I ever seen a Magna Convoy before? That's one I definitely would like to get someday, because I don't have any versions of Classics Prime. And I do think that's a really cool figure. But the only two uses of it that still kind of fit my collection would be Magna Convoy or Fire Guts Jinrai. But those are both the rarest versions of that mold. Jinrai was released as one of the figures in the 2015 box set, which I did find on eBay for an okay price last year, but like $300 or something, but I decided not to buy it. Because one, I was like, this is the only thing this seller's ever sold, but that doesn't mean that they're not a real seller. And two, like also a lot of those figures were getting cheap last year because a lot of them got updates last year. Most of them did, I think. Like Cannonball from Cybertron got a new toy. His last new toy was from that box set. Ferrak got a new toy. His last new toy and only toy was in that box set before. Who else? Yeah, DevCon got, I think, a new toy last year as well. Or no, I think it was Evolution, actually. He got a new toy the previous year. That toy had terrible distribution, though, so they reissued it this year at Target. I've seen it a few times. Not a big fan of DevCon as a character. Like, I don't mind him as a character, it's just I'd rather get other figures. Because it's like, it doesn't really do much. And out of his two official toys, I prefer his BotCon one, and now that new DevCon, which is more show accurate is out there, that BotCon DevCon is now not like $160 and more like $60. So I'm like, okay, if I ever wanted to get that, I could. I could get that if I wanted. Yeah, pretty much that's what happened to a lot of those figures. Scorponok got a Titan class in 2020, so now that's not the latest G1 Scorponok, which that BotCon Scorponok still has merit because it's his only toy that's not stupid huge, but well, I guess his original toy isn't huge either, but it's his only semi-modern toy that isn't massive. And the thing with Scorponok, even though he's in the show, he's huge, and in the toy, but the toy was never that, like, it was big for a G1 toy, but that's not saying much because he's about the same size as Blaster. Blaster's massive, even though he's only supposed to be about the same size as Soundwave in the show anyway. Okay, time to get more pickaxes. How long have I been doing this? 3 hours now? Close to that at least. Maybe 4. It just says you how long it takes to do this, even if I've already done most of the work. And this is me doing it in a simplified way. I wonder how much quicker it'd be if I had a beacon. Because it mean breaking things would be slightly faster, but not by much, so I don't know if it'd really be that worth it. But yeah, anyway, a lot of those... Until they come out with a new Scorponok who isn't massive, because yeah, his original, that's where I was going. His original toy wasn't that big because G1 toy scaling was weird, but he was supposed to be the counterpart to Fortress Maximus, the largest transformer ever until Metroplex in 2013, 2012. So yeah, that's a little strange. So he's supposed to be the counterpart to Fortress Maximus. He's supposed to be that big. But we wouldn't get a Scorponok figure that big until his latest one in 2020. Like a proper size Scorponok. But that isn't the weird part. Scorponok in the comics was about as big as his toy was. So he's only slightly bigger than the other Decepticons. He really isn't that big, that gigantic. Like, he's big, don't get me wrong. Depending on the depiction. Either he's slightly taller than most Decepticons, or he's still really big, but not city-sized or whatever. He's not Titan-sized. So, yeah, it's, so if you still want, like, a comic-sized, Scorponok, then the BotCon one's still your best bet, and that's what I prefer to have, because just Scorponok's a cool character, and I don't have the space for a gigantic toddler-sized robot. So, no thank you. So until we get a comic-sized Scorponok, which may or may not be on the cards, I don't know. I think in like 2027 we might be getting like a comic-sized Fortress Maximus. So that's really cool. I don't know if it's G1 comics or IDW inspired. I'd love an IDW Fortress Maximus though, because I love that design. Either way, it's gonna be like, or Fortress Maximus in the comics was also just like that, even though his toy was massive and was supposed to be massive. In the comic book, in the Marvel comics and the IDW comics, he wasn't like city-sized like he would be in the TV show. So it's kind of funny. So really, the last figure to not get any sort of update at all in that 2014 box set is Fire, Guts, Jinrai. That is the last figure not to have any update at all. So he's the only one that's still worth a ton of money, like $500. And I'm like, that's not worth it. Whereas, like, the other use of that mold I like is Magna Convoy. He was one of the last e-hobby toys. What am I doing? Why am I breaking this? He was one of the last e-hobby toys. I think he was inspired by the inner robot for Delta Magnus. Well, obviously, his name is Delta Magnus. What am I saying? For basically Diaclone Colors, like powered convoy. But Fortress Maximus, like that, like the original toy Fortress Maximus, not Fortress Maximus, Ultra Magnus, came from. So picture Ultra Magnus, if you know who that is, in red and blue instead of like white and a light blue. Red, blue, and black. In fact, you don't even need to picture him. Delta Magnus is getting a new toy which is a repaint of Missing Link Ultra Magnus. Pretty cool. Like that was just announced pretty recently. Or just put up for order a few days ago. And technically, if you want to stretch it, Delta Magnus did get a recent Modern Generations-esque toy pretty recently. Shattered Glass Ultra Magnus is the same colors as Delta Magnus. And they recolored the Kingdom Ultra Magnus into Shattered Glass Ultra Magnus, and he came with two different heads. A standard Ultra Magnus head and the weird skull face that he also has. And you could choose which one. I think the skull face was on by default, but you could unscrew it, put on the standard head if you wanted, and then if you wanted to make it Delta Magnus, you just have to put a standard Autobot sticker over the purple one, the purple logo that's on there by default. And then obviously there was an inner robot with that figure, so technically there is a black and blue, or blue and black Optimus style figure that you can get that isn't that e-hobby release, but that e-hobby release is really cool, so I'd much rather get that if I could. What am I doing? And technically, I think if the 500 for that one Fire Guts Jinrai that I'm seeing on eBay recently is accurate, and technically I think Delta Magnus is slightly cheaper, but it's still like 300-ish bucks, if not higher, so I don't know about that. I think I'd probably rather wait a tiny bit longer for hopes of a new Delta Magnus. I don't know, it's like, if they ever make a new Delta Magnus, it's probably going to be a repaint of SS-86 Commander Magnus. And that's not going to have an inner robot. So we're probably not going to get a inner robot Delta Magnus again for many years to come. So for all I know, that probably will be his last toy for a very long time. So I don't know, I'll keep my eye out for that. But anyway, back to Mercari. I've been having this tangent forever. I don't know why I'm still filling this up. I don't need to right now. I need to work on this. One cool modern e-hobby toy I saw was they had their last Magnificus toy, which is based on the Reveal the Shield Preceptor, but with a new, more toy-style head. I'm sure that head already existed, but it just has for whenever I got a use for it. So that's a pretty cool figure. There's one on Mercari for like 100-ish right now. And obviously there was Convo Bat, which is really cool. Picture Titan's Return, Mind Wipe with Nova Prime's head, and he's colored like Bat Optimus Primal from like the first 2-pack ever, like the first thing ever released for Beast Wars, and he comes with Prime Wheeljack swords. Pretty cool figure. Out of those two, I'd rather get Combo Bat because I already have the Select Magnificus, even though I do think that Magnificus figure works better for the character because he's not just exactly like Perceptor with a different face. Do you think the half-track research vehicle fits the Decepticons a little better than a microscope? But anyway, one thing I found while looking at that was someone listed a MP02 Masterpiece Soundwave, which is the US release with the yellow visor. What makes that Masterpiece Soundwave different from the Japanese one is he comes with all of the cassettes, excluding the really obscure ones like Enemy and Wing Thing. He comes with all his main cassettes: Ratbat, Rumble, Frenzy, Ravage, and I think he probably also comes with Buzzsaw. Normally, the original Japanese release, which had the red visor, only came with Laserbeak, and the other cassettes were sold separately. Masterpiece Soundwave from the US, which is the better release in my opinion. I like yellow visored Soundwave, and he's just a better deal because you get everything. On the aftermarket nowadays, he sells for like 300-ish. This person listed it for 200. I liked it, and they sent me an offer for 170. I'm like, plus shipping be like 180 or something. I'm like, oh, that's pretty nice. I'm not gonna buy it right now. I don't have any Masterpiece figures, but there are very few Masterpiece figures I'd like to get, and that is one of them. Always have been looking at Masterpiece Soundwave for like, oh, I would love to buy that. That figure is still so good that the latest Masterpiece Soundwave release, which was announced not that long ago, is just a repaint. It's a repaint of that figure, even though it's probably like over 12 years old now. Just in more in more show accurate colors. So instead of silver, it'd be white. Probably the blue's brighter, less details. I don't know. But it's still such a good figure that they just decided to do like the MP Plus treatment, which is what they used to do before they like. I guess that doesn't exist in MPG. Like, they rebranded Masterpiece to be MPG when they did the train bots a few years ago, which I think those are generation scale technically. They're more meant for like they're like the scaled model trains, which is kind of cool. That's like a big thing in Japan. So they're really trying to sell to model train collectors. With that. For a little bit, MPG and Standard Masterpiece coexisted, but then they're just like, you know what, let's just fold Standard Masterpiece into MPG. So now everything is MPG. Which I think is like Masterpiece Gatai, which is Combine, or Masterpiece Giant, or I don't know what it could. There's other meanings. There's a lot of different meanings behind it. I don't know if it's very specific. But yeah, so that got announced not that long ago. The other two Masterpiece figures I would like to get someday would be, maybe three other ones, would be Masterpiece Loud Pedal, because I know the Masterpiece Tracks figure isn't stupid complicated, and they still haven't made a Generations Loud Pedal yet, which is a black Tracks with like teal kind of accent colors, and is a Decepticon. So really cool. With the mouth plate face of the toy. the only reason I can think of why they haven't released that yet is just because the latest Trax toy critically didn't do too well. It wasn't the best designed figure. Let's just say that. So they might be waiting for the next Trax toy to repaint it that way. Black repaints almost always sell well, unless they're Magnificus, I guess, because they put them in such a dull box, and they tried to sell that at mass retail. Well, not mass retail, they sold it at, like, GameStop. And I'm like, no one's going to be able to tell what this is without looking it up. Just having the name on the side of the box does not help. Like, if someone isn't a Transformers fan, or doesn't bother to look it up, they're never going to buy this because they can't tell what it is. So, yeah, that's probably the main reason that didn't sell well. Besides for the fact, like, who wants to buy a toy microscope? But he's cool. I think I got him from Hasbro Pulse when they were doing a sale or whatever. Like, you bought a certain amount of figures, like, paid a certain amount, you get a little bit of a sale on it. A lot of the things I bought with him, though, were like, if I did this, if I waited a little bit, I could have gotten these at Ross. Like, I bought, like, Slammer and... Did I buy Slammer from there? Or did I buy, I think I bought Slammer, Pipes, and potentially also Crankcase with him. So I bought four... no, I also bought a Needle Nose as well. That's right. So maybe minus one of those. Maybe I bought... I know I bought Pipes. When did I get... I don't remember when I got a Slammer. I don't think I got him at Ross. I doubt that. Though I did see him at Ross eventually, but I don't recall. But yeah, all those things except Needle Nose and Magnificus I saw at Ross later, which is kind of funny. It wasn't even that much later either. It was like a few months. So the first time I ever went to Ross, they had Kingdom stuff. This would have been like 2022 or so, I think. Still a lot more work to be done. And this is the less complicated half. I still need to place all the fences as well. And then break that. And then fill in that center bit. So yeah, this is gonna take a while. I might have to do 2 streams, unfortunately. So I guess the... What did I call the stream? I called the stream... filling up the rest of the river in quotations in my end base. Then the date. 11/29/2025. Yeah, I don't think I'll change that, but maybe I'll just say part 2 and then it'll be some other date. Because it doesn't seem like I'm going to complete this, especially when like barely anyone's even watching. I don't make money from this, so it's not like I don't make money from videos either. And even if I did, which I don't know if I would, if I need to like tell YouTube my information, like where I live or what other stuff like that, or attach a card or something. It's like, even if I did make money on videos, I only make like maybe a few cents per video, which is nothing, so might as well not even make money off of it. And obviously I don't have donations set up. I don't make money on YouTube at all. I do it for fun. Is that kind of dumb? Maybe, but until I see enough success to where I think it's a good idea to monetize the channel. I'm not going to. I've been at this rough subscriber level for the last few years, so probably wonders if I used, like, my dad barely uses his laptop. If I used his laptop for editing videos and stuff, like if I exported the clips and stuff from the PlayStation onto something else with like USBs and stuff like that, could I make better videos? Probably. It's just like I don't really know how to edit beyond cutting and stuff like that. And I guess like that's what like Skillshare and stuff is for, but I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it someday. But for now, I'm fine with what I'm doing right now. Why am I breaking down this wall? Why am I doing this? I need to break down that stuff first. I could be an idiot sometimes. It's just when I stop paying attention, I just do random things. Like, I don't know. It's like I don't know. I say that all the time. It's just a random way to end a sentence. I need to stop doing that so often. Why am I worrying about what I'm saying when nobody's here and probably no one will ever watch this? It's the questions I ask myself. All the time. I kind of wonder, it's like, how do I still enjoy doing this after all these years without anything happening? I don't know, I just find it, like, it's not like I have anything else to do. So I might as well enjoy something, even if it isn't the most fun thing to do. I enjoy the few views I see. Just knowing that anyone potentially watched more than a minute of something I've made is nice. Like the 8 times speed of me filling the rest of the other half did okay, like 20 views, and I'm like, and the average watch time was like 7 minutes. I'm like, really? Why? Like, what? Why would people watch this? Like, I made it more for a documentation purpose. I was like, maybe some people will see it, but it's just like, who would watch this? Surprisingly, the 8 times speed videos did pretty well initially. Like, the first few ones I did pretty well. After a while, they, like everything else I make, they tended to get barely any after a while. But like, the first few got like 80 plus, which is good for me at least. For my standards, that's pretty good. But I really should make another chest. I don't have much space. Get back to the flipping Ricari topic. I don't know why I keep talking about something else. I'm distracted, okay? Talking to myself about something else. I keep diverging from the topic, but at least I sometimes come back to what I was talking about. That doesn't always happen. So the Masterpiece Soundwave got an offer for 170, so that'd be 180. I'm like, oh, that's pretty nice. I might consider it. The offer only lasted a day, so I was like, not going to accept it now, but I don't know, if I get money for Christmas or something, which I don't know if that's likely anymore. Unfortunately, one of the people that gave me money during Christmas, why don't I have a PS5? I don't know if you're watching this. Is someone here? I don't know. Or are you asking me this? Are you expecting me to type to you? It's like, I don't have a PS5 because I have no reason to. I've already talked about it. No reason to buy a PS5 if there isn't a game that I like. Or that I really want to get. Like, oh, I was like, oh, Helldivers looks cool. There was a month or two where all my friends were playing it. I'm like, that looks cool, but I know for a fact I can't play that. Or... or... or like Dragon Ball, what was it called? Sparking Zero. That looked pretty cool. I loved Xenoverse. Sure, it's not too different, but even that game was only popular for a few months there too. And really, it wasn't that interesting looking to me, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's a continuation of the Budokai games from like the PS2, the 360. This is a solo survival world, and also I don't have PS Plus, so I can't play multiplayer even if I wanted to. Sorry. You're not alone in asking this. Many people come to streams like this to ask that question. Not trying to come off as rude. It's just a fact. I cannot play with people right now, unfortunately. But at the same time, I'm not really in the mood to, at this very moment in time, when I'm working on a project like this, that takes a lot of time. And if I play with others, that takes away time from this. So I'd be more willing to play with others once I finish this project, but that's not going to be for a while. Okay. There's a friend request for the people who can't... Obviously, no one else can see what I see because it blacks that out. I don't really know why. It's like, I get the part, but it blacks it out when it sees, like, my actual name. I get that, but I don't get, like, why are you blacking out that I got a message? Like, sure, I guess if I had any friends that had the, like, oh, show their real name when they text you type thing, then that makes sense. But I don't have any of those settings, because why would I want that? I don't want to know the names of the people I play with, unless they tell it to me. I don't want to see it. I'd rather stay anonymous if I can, and I'd rather they stay anonymous as well. Nobody I play with knows my name. My real name, anyway. And I'm fine with that. Wait, I did it again! Why am I breaking this wall? I don't need to break the wall yet. That's what I get for not paying attention. I guess before I break that, I'm going to make another chest. Whoa. Why are you inviting me to a party? What am I hearing right now? It's probably just my brother doing something in his room. Do I have space in that chest? Send a voice message. I'm not going to listen to that right now. Yeah, I have more space in here. In fact, maybe I should place some of these fences now that I... just to see... Let's see, what is this? This is 433. to get to that point. 433 is this one. This is probably the, well, if you thought this project was already tedious, it gets even worse when I have to make these fences, because I have to waterlog them so that there isn't air pockets so the squids can drown, or suffocate to be more accurate. And I have to do this across this entire area. Thankfully, it's really only have to do it twice on the first layer, otherwise it's just the bottom one. But it is a problem. I'll probably just, let's just place the fences for now, and worry about waterlogging them later. What do you want to talk about? He wants me to join his party, for the people who might see this in the future. The thing is, it's like joining a party with someone I don't know, while streaming especially, is kind of dangerous, because like, I have no idea what they're going to talk about. So... like, sure, I don't make money off this, so I don't care what they say. Unless it's like doxing information, then no thanks. And I don't want to delete the stream, or at least make it private. Okay. Just the bottom layer alone is almost all of my fences. In fact, I could probably do this. Oh, interesting, it finally ran out of air pocket? No, the air pockets are there, I just can't see them from that angle. Because they're attached to a wall. I don't know if I want an 11-year-old kid to talk on a live stream. Let's see. Okay, so I've used all my fences. Was that barely enough? No, I still have a ton. Okay, I still have a bunch of fences. Assuming that's even accurate, because you could be lying there. I don't know if you're actually 11. I wouldn't know until I hear you, and I don't want to do that right now, so... And it's not like you can play with me right now anyway, as I've stated, so I don't know why you want me to join you so bad. Oh yeah, I was going to get more wood so I can make another chest so I can have more storage. And this tree has grown. There's the end island, by the way. Haven't looked at it in a bit. Oh yeah, back to the Makari topic. Don't know why I keep getting distracted from other things now, I guess, so that's understandable. So I was like, oh, that Masterpiece Soundwave's cool. I might consider it if I get Christmas money. Oh yeah, and I was gonna talk about why that might not happen. That's right. So earlier in the stream, I talked about how my great-grandfather. No, I do not know who that is. I talked about how my great-grandfather died at age 100 5-ish years ago. He didn't serve in a war or anything. I think he was in college during World War II, so he wasn't drafted or anything. Not that I don't have military ancestors, I do. In fact, I probably have more than I know, but one of my grandfathers, unfortunately passed away because of cancer, I'm guessing. I don't remember. Last time I saw him was sometime last year when he visited my mom, because he's her dad, or was. Very unfortunate. What question? Who is going to know what does this person do? Are you going to ask me what that question is? And what do you mean if my chat can answer the question? No one's in the chat other than maybe you that I can see. Maybe I refresh it. Other than still nobody. Italian brain. Are you Italian? I don't think Italian brain rot spreads outside of Italy. So, no. And I'm not at the age where I would look at brain rot content anyway. They didn't even call it that when I was your age. I'm sure there was stuff similar to that, but definitely not as dumb. But I guess that is why it's called that. I'm assuming you might be Italian if you know what that is? It's really weird that he's messaging me directly about this and not on... It's global. Well, I kinda doubt that. I doubt that's on Broadway if it's a brain rot related subject. And also, the words you're using don't seem like the words that an 11-year-old would use. I don't think there's that many, well, to be fair, like, 11-year-olds can be far more on the internet nowadays than they were at the time, but even then, a lot of people I knew at that age were on the internet. I don't remember a lot of 11-year-olds using the word phenomenon. Before he tries to distract me again, I'll talk about the subject again. Alright, my grandfather. So he passed away earlier this year. age 80 something. The fact you're using web browser also tells me you're not 11. If you know what a web browser is and not just like Google. This fact you're specifically mentioning whatever web browser, that's very interesting language for an 11-year-old to use. Something tells me I shouldn't trust this guy. And I'm not. So... And I know from many years of streaming experience, a lot of viewers can be on the weirder side and try to do things, make you do things. So no thanks. You have an interest in computer science at 11 years old. I don't even think that most 11-year-olds know what computer science is. What, like a coding class? You made a game in a coding class? Or on like Newgrounds. I don't even know if you would know what Newgrounds is. I'm not doing that. I don't even know how you would make a game for Newgrounds now without Flash. Now that I think about it, so... I'm sure there's some replacement, but... Using a coding software at 11 years old. What is Godot? I've never heard, to be fair, I'm not a coder, so I don't know what that is, but... Or is it Godot? Now I think about it. That might be more accurate of a name. If you just didn't separate that very well. Something tells me I should not interact with this guy any longer because I don't think anything good can come of it. Let's make Hollow Knight. Why are you telling me this? Unless it's like a super easy to use program, which I guess, I don't know, maybe makes you sound even less like an 11-year-old. In fact, the name that you mentioned didn't even really sound Italian to me, so none of the things you say make any sense. Okay. I've already said I can't play with anyone, so I don't know why you're still trying to bother me with this. So close. A few more blocks and we'll be halfway done with this. Which is crazy to think about because it's already been like 4 hours. Or this phase of the project, not even the project. The project's still like nowhere near done. But and I've already been working like a month and a half on it. Not longer. Probably longer now. So yeah, this is going to take a bit. There we go. Like the instant I try to speak about the subject again, he's probably going to interrupt again. I do kind of wonder, that's a weird noise. I'm going to try to what's the word again? Waterlog, that's right. To waterlog all these before I start working on the other half. Yeah, I was talking about my grandpa, that's right. Or one of them, anyway. I think he was in the Marines. I don't know if they had a special thing at his funeral because I didn't go. Mostly his close friends that went. It happened around the same time my mom was in rehab, which is pretty unfortunate because he was the one that was going to be paying for her rehab, or already did, and like a few weeks turn of events that was. Not long afterward, one of my grandmother, which was, well, one of my grandmothers. I technically have three because he later married someone else. Step grandmother, I guess is the word you would use for that. Never heard of that before, but she also died not long afterward for whatever reason, and so did their cat. Though their cat was like as old as me, if not older. He lived for a long time. He actually asked me to make art of his cat before, but I procrastinated. I started working on it, but then my old phone that the photo was on, that I was working on as reference, died, and most of the art materials I had, because I was going to work on it in art class as like a random thing I would work on if I had extra time, but eventually I didn't, so I never finished it, and I forgot what materials they were, so we never bought them. So I was going to restart on it with just pencils instead of like pastels and stuff. But I never got around to it because I lost that photo, obviously, and I asked to see if I could get a new one or if I could get that old one back, but eventually stopped responding. Like, I remember I sent him a message over email because I remember one thing he used to do was he would send me messages, and he would send me in the mail newspaper clippings about shark sightings, like in Cape Cod and stuff, which is one of the places he lived, and like after a while, like I'm not sure if I was as interested in them as before because they're mostly always the same, but it was still nice to know that he cared. But and I still have some of those. But yeah, eventually, like I remember he tried to sometimes send me photos too, and one time it just wouldn't work because I think our types of phones are different. So something was wrong with it, like it couldn't send a link or something. So I was like, oh, you could send it to me over email instead, and I gave him my email, and or maybe I tried to send him something as well. And then I sent it over email, but either didn't send properly or he never saw it because obviously like a few months later, like within his final months, he wasn't doing the greatest. So I don't think he ever checked it. One of the final pictures, the final thing I ever sent to him was it was a funny picture of a cat, like a tabby cat, in a wearing sunglasses, and it's the final thing I ever sent to him. Picture of a tabby cat, sunglasses, doing like putting their hand in the air, wearing like a soldier helmet, and saying like, "Get well soon" or whatever. And a few days later, he passed away. Or a few weeks later. Like, we already knew, like, when I sent that message, it was like, oh, that's probably, unfortunately, going to happen soon. But I was still expecting, like, oh, maybe he'll live for a few more months. It wasn't even a month, I think. It's unfortunate. His cat lived longer than him, and his cat was about, like, at least a quarter of his age. Like, 20 plus years old, I think. At least 18. Very old for a cat. Never got that photo, so I can't redraw it. I never received another photo of the cat to base it off of, and obviously I have no reason to make it now if I can't give it to him. fridge, but I don't think he grabbed anything. That guy hasn't said anything in a while. I could never see him in the chat anyway, but I know he was there because he was responding to what I was saying, so... Yeah, his cat died of suspicious circumstances. Because with him gone, I don't think my step-grandmother, I guess, was taking care of it that well. I don't think she liked it that much anyway. He loved his cat. Because of course he requested me to make a picture of it once he saw some of the things I was making in art class. Because back then he thought, oh, it might die soon. It wouldn't die for another 2 years. It died after he did. So that fear was unfounded. So she probably wasn't taking care of it that well, and eventually she's probably just like, heck it, I'll bring it to the vet and have them kill it. Or euthanize it, I guess is the right word. She didn't say that's what happened, but we all pretty much think that's what happened, so that's unfortunate. It's been forever since I've seen that cat. I think he was a gray color. I'm not a cat person, my sister is, so I wouldn't know what breed it was. And then fast forward another month or two. My step-grandma was helping potentially with funds or something or whatever with either my sister, I think, yeah, and related to either college or jobs or something. And well, my sister already graduated from college, but maybe like student loans, stuff like that. And maybe my mom's a recent rehab, but she left not long after that happened. A few weeks, maybe a month or two later. And then out of nowhere, she died. I don't know how it happened. Probably another cancer-related thing, so not great. I don't know how to feel about that. If she killed the cat, then yeah, not the best thing to do, but and I didn't mind her, but at the same time, I only saw her like once or twice every year, if even that. For some years, I never saw her at all, and same with him too. Though I would always hear from him, but I would only see him once or twice a year. I remember liking the 2 houses he had. He had one in Florida as well. One year we had Christmas there, I think, and not long after we went to Disney World, which was cool. Probably Christmas 2013. Pretty neat. I think the only time I've ever had Christmas somewhere else. Well, in a different state, anyway. Because obviously I've lived in 2 different places. 3 different places, I guess. Is this thing still operational? I don't want to drown. Want to drown. Drown. Yep. Okay. It seems he might be gone. I didn't know what to think of that guy. It's 100% fair to be suspicious of commenters online. Stranger danger, all that. Especially in his circumstance, like I don't know if he's telling the truth. Especially weird. It's like he's telling me this over live chats or over like PlayStation Network, so that be like exact transcript doesn't get shown on screen. So I don't know exactly what he said if he somehow deleted those messages. Oh, thanks. The weird name he gave, like obviously I don't know Italian that well, but it almost looked like Middle Eastern. And I'm like, then he says it's Italian. I'm just like, that doesn't look Italian to me. I don't think Italian memes, at least not that many, would be global phenomenon. Have like not Wall Street, Broadway. Like, why would in a brain rot? Why would brain rot be on Broadway? It's the complete opposite of that. None of anything he said made any sense. His vocabulary, like, sure, my vocabulary was decently advanced, and I'm sure I knew those words and whatever, but I rarely use them. And also, I'm autistic. My brain is built towards learning things, no matter if it's useful or not. So that kind of happens when you have special interests. Or when your brain forces you to, not forces you, but tends to make you gain special interests, and many at that. And sure, I guess he could have been too. But it's like, at least my special interest as a kid wasn't coding. But to be fair, I wasn't really exposed to it much. Just nothing he said made any sense. Probably dodged a bullet there. And also probably not. Who knows, but rather avoid that kind of thing if I can. Rather someone talk to me through text chat than directly. But yeah, talking about him, my grandfather, because he was one that sent me money along with my other grandparents. Now that's half gone, and the other two aren't doing too great. My other grandfather's doing relatively fine for his age. I think he was either in the Army or the Air Force. He flew Huey helicopters in Vietnam. Medevac specifically. He's doing alright, I think. Smokes a lot, that's for sure. And I'm sure he's had like some cancer things done over the years. His garage door on the inside is stained yellow. If you remove, there was a sticker on it, and if you removed, when it was removed, you could see the pure whiteness of the garage and what it should look like. He smokes cigars in there all the time, so. But he's from his time, so that makes sense. And he just never stopped. I'll never do that. That's not something I'd ever want to do. Why would I want to give myself throat cancer or lung cancer? Things that could easily kill me. No thanks. I'd rather like to live a long time. Sure, he's lived a long time. But wouldn't add risks to that. So I don't know, maybe they could still, my grandmother, other one, I technically still have 2 left. Like, she's not doing too great. I think she's suffering from depression symptoms, not too great. So, yeah, I don't know if that's happening. Because I feel like it's usually be her to do that. But, oh well. Still have my birthday coming up, so, like, the reason I'm bringing up the Mercari things, since these are things I might consider getting, with Christmas money if I ever get it, and for a birthday, which is coming up as well. Another thing that popped up is I haven't bought any Robot Spirits figures this year. The only one I didn't even get it this year. I got it in the mail this year, but I didn't buy it this year. Was the Robot Spirits Act Zaku, the Xeon one. They announced the Federation one like less than a month after I got the Xeon one in the mail, which was like great. I knew that was coming eventually, but I was like, I wish I'd known much sooner. Not that that's a big deal. I like both of them, so if I wouldn't mind getting the Federation colored one as well. The Federation colored one is what I use in GBO2, but that's because that's a custom coloration, not the generic, so. I have the controller plugged in right now, so I'm like standing right in front of the TV, which is probably not great for my eyes, but whatever. My eyesight's still pretty good, and I've probably damaged it through using phones all my life, so it's not that big of a deal. My retinas are going to be damaged. They're already going to be damaged by now, probably, so that's fine. That same seller I bought that Axaku from, which is also from Mercari, listed a Robot Spirits GM Command space type for only about 100 or so. I'm like, that's pretty good. I got the Axaku from the same seller for about maybe a little less than that, like 90 plus shipping. I'm like, that's pretty good. Sure. The GM Command space type, I don't know why it's still so expensive, because there's also the Guinea Pig Team GM Command, which is a recolor, well, it was eventually recolored into the Colony type GM Command. But it's basically it's a GM Command Colony type in space type colors, so white and red instead of like the tan kind of colors that it usually would have, and it has a different shield. So it's like, aesthetically, outside of like minor differences, like, oh, the arms are slightly different, the backpack's different. Aesthetically, it's pretty much, and the legs might be the tiniest difference. But it's pretty much just the space type, so it's like, why is the space type still so dang expensive? I don't know. In fact, the Guinea Pig Team version's the better release, because one, it's mass release, not a P Bandai like the space type. And it comes with more stuff. The only good thing that the space type has over the Guinea Pig Team version is it has the more iconic shield, and obviously a different backpack, but the shield's the biggest thing there. Otherwise, like, why, like, there's no real reason to get the space type. I'd prefer to get the space type because I like it aesthetically with the shield and stuff more, but that particular shield. I do like that backpack and stuff too, but like, it's not like, if I had to choose between a GM Command space type or a Zaku cannon, I'd choose the Zaku cannon because that's a much more unique figure. But or even a desert type. But okay, I think he's just going to the bathroom. Or he's banging his desk, I don't know. I was wondering, is that him coming out? Nope. But yeah, so I found that. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I might look into that too. The main reason I haven't gotten any Robot Spirits figures this year is just because, like, when I set the shelves up at the very start of this year for them, I was like, I don't have a lot of space left for the Federation, because I later had them separate between TV show appearing stuff and MSV stuff, but I later realized, oh, I can combine these two shelves together and have a Halo shelf, so I did. But I never did that with the Xeon stuff. They're still separated. And the main reason for that, even though I would love to combine them so I could get like a G.I. Joe shelf or something going, the main reason I didn't do that is because Xeon suits are far bulkier and have a wider variety of body shapes than Federation suits do. So Federation suits can easily fit together. Xeon suits, not so much. They take up more space. So I don't even know if it'd be possible to put all 10 together. Yeah, the images of those shelves are probably one of the next things I'll post to that community tab. Been a while since I mentioned that. So let's try to fill up these slots. Oh yeah, and then something else got posted, which is an item that got a reissue this year. So I don't know if it's the reissue of the original. But also on Mercari, someone posted the Autobot Alpha Strike, I believe, set from Siege, Transformer Siege, with a Covert Clone Sideswipe, which is G2 Sideswipe with the Siege mold, and Brain Dance? Slam Dance, I believe is his name. Because it's Rain Dance and Grand Slam, I believe, come together to create Slam Dance. That's right. In G1, he was originally a cassette combiner. So two different cassettes would come together. I think a tank and potentially a jet of some sort came together to make Slam Dance. To make a robot. Oh yeah, I don't have... So basically, instead of making a new cassette combiner yet, they decided during Siege, because they didn't have any new cassettes outside of Soundwaves, let's repaint Skytread, which came out around the same time, with a new head, and make him Slam Dance. But they swapped the colors, so I don't know if the jet was always blue and the tank was always red. It may have been. That might have been always their original colors, but because of how Skytread combines, they're opposite. So in the original Slam Dance toy, the blue would have been on the bottom and the red would have been on the top, but they swapped places because of how Skytread flywheels works. So, and today they're not the most ideal figures for those characters. I'd much rather wait for them to inevitably repaint Kingdom Sideswipe into G2 Sideswipe, and they could probably do a better job too. Like they could add like the cool neon green stuff he has, like the numbers and accent colors, which is something that the Covert Clone Sideswipe didn't have. And give him G2 Autobot logos, not Decepticon logos. And then, obviously, they could make a proper Slam Dance, like a brand new mold. So, they're not the most ideal versions of those characters these days. But they reissued that set, and I'm like, oh, $50 for a... And they reissued it alongside Siege Skywarp, which they came out with at the same time back in 2019. I remember seeing the the Alpha Strike Team set available back when it came out. I never bought it though. I never saw the Skywarp though, because the Skywarp sold, which I think was like Phantom Strike Squadron, sold super quickly. Now it has a reissue. It's nice for the people who still have like proper Siege collections, but it's like there's been plenty of Skywarps since then. So he's not as desired as he used to. Like he was still really desired before the reissue was announced, but I don't know how desired he would be now, considering even that set, despite that we know that they're probably not the most ideal, was still very valuable. Like Covert Clone Sideswipe alone could be like $50-$60 before the reissue was announced. And there's still some old listings hanging around with that price. But I'm like, you can now buy that set for that much. Sure, I think it still might be a little more reasonable to get the original version, because who knows if there's been any mold degradation since 5-6 years ago. Especially Sideswipe's mold. Sideswipe's mold has been used 1,000 times. That's an exaggeration, but it's been used a lot. But at the same time, every single use of its mold has been pretty solid, so I wouldn't be surprised if that new release is not too bad. I haven't really seen any reviews on the reissue to see if it's any worse than the original. Might not be. But anyway, back to the subject. That someone's selling a loose set of that on Mercari for like $40. Free shipping. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'd like it just to see what happens, but I'm not going to buy it right now. And then now I have an offer for it for $36. I still don't know if I'll buy it, and maybe I'll send an offer for that much later if I do choose to, but I'm not going to accept it now. It's a pretty cool set, but it has shown its age. Like, it's one, like, for a while, with Siege, the Sideswipe mold was a little weird. Like, Sideswipe only came with the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, and you could take like the end of it off to be as like a weird-looking gun. You could take the missile part off and have him hold it. Whereas the Kingdom one, whereas Red Alert came with the gun proper and the light bar. Later on, the Kingdom releases came with both. So, both Clampdown, Red Alert, and Sideswipe from Kingdom and Legacy and stuff like that have both sets of accessories. Clampdown has it all. He has, whereas like Sideswipe, well, yeah, and Red Alert would have it all too. Clampdown has, and Red Alert have all of it, whereas Sideswipe would have everything but the light bar. Another message. I have no idea what that means. What's that, just a random set of letters? Like, is that supposed to mean anything? I'm trying to think, what other uses? But yeah, oh yeah, that's right. The reason I'm bringing this up. But because it's a straight re-release of that set, tooling and all, Covert Clone Sideswipe does not come with the gun. He just comes with the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, which is kind of unfortunate. Another thing that I don't like about him is he's practically the same as Deep Cover. The only real differences between those two is instead of red, Deep Cover has blue parts, and he has like police-style paint apps, which Covert Clone Sideswipe doesn't have. Otherwise, they still come with the same things. So they're pretty much the same. Like, I don't know, does Clampdown have blue windows? Because I know Covert Clone Sideswipe has red windows, which is pretty cool. But I don't know if that would be part of a G2 release if they ever did it. But yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate. Like, he's not as good as the latest Sideswipe releases, because he's just a reissue of an old one with those same flaws that they later corrected with later releases, like giving him all the accessories. You know, they could have in the first place, because I'm sure they're all on the same mold anyway, but they just didn't include it. But yeah, so it's a cool set, but at this point I'd rather wait for them to make a Kingdom version of G2 Sideswipe, because that'd be way better. They could do a way better job with that. I wouldn't be surprised if the main reason they reissued that set, besides for it was valuable, would be because, well, they might want to get Slam Dance's trademark back, and that's the best way to do that before making a brand new Slam Dance toy. And who knows, they might want to use the Covert Clone Sideswipe trademark again. So that's the only way to do that without making a G2 Sideswipe proper. But I feel like I don't think they would call it that. Basically, the name Covert Clone comes from, not sure about the covert part really, but it's not really a clone either, but kind of is. basically in the IDW comics, spoilers for comic books that ended 3-ish years ago, that lasted over a decade straight. They were the longest running Transformers comics ever, even till now so far. From 2005 to 2022. Like, sure, there's... But the original IDW Transformers continuity, which ended in 2018 or so, it's about 13 years in. Basically, Sideswipe died. But he died to ensure, like, a next generation of Cybertronians or whatever was created. Kind of thing. Like, gave up his life so more could exist type scenario. And coincidentally, one of the Transformers that was created in this new generation looked just like him, but with inverted colors. So basically what G2 Sideswipe looks like. So I guess you could say he's a clone of him, type thing. I don't know, maybe he's a reincarnation. Wouldn't be the first time that happened in Transformers, though they never follow up on that. Because it was one of the last events to occur in that continuity. I'm pretty sure it was one of the last things that happened. And if he was, I don't think he'd remember that, if he was a reincarnation or not. But yeah, so that's where the name Covert Clone comes from. Also, it's just, well, why would you either have to explain why Sideswipe is in different colors for the Siege timeline, I guess, or just say it's a clone of him, because, like, it's not like Siege was already kind of experimenting with clones, like, oh, Sound Blaster is a clone of Soundwave, at least in that continuity. Originally, he was an upgrade form. Basically, Soundwave almost dies during the events of Transformers Headmasters, I believe was the Japanese series. In his final fight with Blaster. And then his cassettes retrieve his body parts, put him back together in a new... and make him a new body or whatever. So as Sound Blaster, which is just Soundwave in black with a red chest window, and in the toy anyway, he could hold more cassettes. That didn't matter for the show, but for the toy, I guess in the show he would have been slightly stronger. But in the toy, it was a better toy because it could hold more than one cassette at a time, which is kind of cool. And Siege did a Sound Blaster. They released it as a Walmart release before they did the Netflix figures. This for 35th anniversary. Yeah, 35th. It's one of the first Transformers I got during my when I started Transformers collecting. I started Transformers collecting properly in like late 2018. The first one I really ever got when properly starting collecting was Power of the Prime's Punch Counter Punch, because I just thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a Transformer that can have both an Autobot and a Decepticon form? Also, it's just, I thought he was a cool character, an underused character. Started my love of the obscure characters. Still one of my favorite Transformers characters of all time. Too bad his unique comic he would have had was cancelled in the planning phase, but they did think about it. It was something they were going to do, but for whatever reason it didn't come out. IDW was going to do a comic called, I think, Legacy of Rust was its name, where he would have been the main character. And I guess he still was a major character. Like, I think he was a major character in Regeneration 1, which was a continuation by IDW of the G1 Marvel comic I guess, an alternate continuation, because technically G2 was the continuation, but they did an alternate continuation that ignored G2 outside of a few characters showing up, but it's a new story, new continuation. And he was one of the, from what I can gather anyway, a semi-important character, kind of. Better than nothing. I don't even think he appeared in the original comic. He might have. Are you asking what the heck am I building? Again, with the people text me directly instead of through text chat. I'm making an end base in the end dimension. It says it in the description. Or not the description, the title of the video, or of the stream. Currently trying to finish up, filling the river. Why am I stumbling over words? It's kind of hard to form sentences when you're talking to someone who isn't actually there. Well, you are there, you're not a figment of my imagination, but you know what I mean. When I don't have someone to react off of. I'm talking to thin air. To thin air. Say thin air? No, I didn't say something that dumb. If you're thinking I'm going to text you to respond to what I'm doing, I'm not going to do that. I've probably been streaming for like 5 hours now. Filling up the quote-unquote river. How long have I been building? This? For this stage of the project, about a month-ish. The end base as a whole, about 2 months. I terraformed the end island. Did a bunch of stuff over there. This world as a whole has lasted about a year and a half. I gotta say, it's not hardcore mode, so it's not like it will ever end unless I die in real life. But, or it gets deleted, or something gets corrupted. But, and then if you ever ask me how long I've been playing Minecraft, probably over 15 years. Maybe not 15 years. 13? You're excited for Fortnite Season 7? I don't even really know what it's about. I haven't looked into it. I have Fortnite downloaded, but I haven't updated it in a while, and I haven't played it in like 4 or 5 months. Been playing that game since, well, in a few weeks, so I've probably technically been playing that game for 7, 8 years. in a few months. A long dang time. I don't have PS Plus at the moment, as I've had to say to most people that come in here and ask, can I play or can I join? This is a solo world. I do this by myself. It's a measurement of discipline, I guess. And patience. Two weeks total of, what, Fortnite? Or Minecraft? Why are you coming to a Minecraft stream talking about Fortnite? Two very different things. Fortnite. You've only played Fortnite for 2 weeks. Really? Just got 1 foot of snow. I must live up north then, because we're lucky to get a foot of snow a year. If even that. It snowed this year, but it snowed in a lot of places in the US this year. Before that, it hadn't snowed since like 2018. So it's always a special day when we get snow. Most days we get, like, especially during the summer, like 90 degrees. Maybe not 90 degrees on average, but we've gotten close quite a bit. Like 80-ish. This summer, I think, like, almost every day was 80 degrees. Insane. Not too bad if you stay inside most of the day, but not too great. Middle of a blizzard. Not gonna say that's cool because that isn't, but because I know that that can be dangerous or just not fun. It's more fun when it snows and you can walk outside in it than being stuck inside all day. It's kind of funny, like, that's the most interesting part about the US. I don't know if you're American, but I would guess. The country's so large that we pretty much have every biome within our borders. besides for the fact there's only 3 countries on this entire continent, excluding Central America, because I think that's a little debatable whether or not that counts as North America or South America, has more in common with South America in terms of wildlife, but technically it's a land bridge, so it doesn't count as either. Or both. I think it's more technically formed from North America, so that probably technically counts as North America. Because it's mostly connected to Mexico. So technically there's more than 3 countries in the entire continent, but it's only 3 big ones. One of those is Canada. Actually, you might be Canadian if you're having a blizzard, but there's plenty of parts in the US that would have a blizzard right now. Also, it could just be European. That's probably just the sand that I'm hearing right now. Sand blowing in the wind. In the game, of course. I wouldn't hear sand blowing in the wind if I was, 1, indoors, which I am, and 2, I'm not near the beach right now, so I wouldn't hear that at this very moment in time. Oops. There we go. These names are so random. Like, sure, my name doesn't have much meaning either, but I don't even see how I could get meaning out of that. I guess I maybe could. Initials of either a name or a game series or something. Otherwise it looks like a barcode. I'll try to complete this. I know that was my original goal, but this is, even with the more simplified method of this, it's taking a lot of time. So I might just fill up the water on this, not all the way, like not make it source blocks yet, but just cover it with water so nothing will spawn if there isn't any lights on it. And then finish the fences over there, and then I might end the stream for the night, because this has already gone on long enough. I don't want a stream to be 10 hours long, because this might as well be if I tried to finish this tonight. About 1 more left to go. Don't have a lot of cobblestone, so might need to go get more. It's kind of funny, like, this stream's been a lot of people coming to check it out, give me a follow maybe, and They're never saying anything. And if they do say anything, it's always to me directly for whatever reason. It's never to the live chat. Complete opposite of last time. Personally, I would have preferred if it was done the way it was last time. Anything on TFW? Why the heck is this being reported now? Really? Speaking of the Alpha Strike pack, reported brand new today at US retail. A lot of reissues getting reported right now. Transformers War for Cybertron Siege Autobot Alpha Strike Counterforce multi-pack reissue found at US retail. Where? At a GameStop. I found this at a GameStop like 3 weeks ago. Like a month ago. Over a month ago. The only reason they didn't know is because I don't use TFW as a place to post things. If I would have known they hadn't reported on this yet, I would have reported it. I saw it at a GameStop. I've seen it like 2. Really? And this thing's been shipping for like 2 months. Longer than that. Only now reporting on that? Okay. It's weird. It's so strange. I talk about that today, and they finally decide to report this has been found at US retail. I'm like, it's been found. I found it. I found this like a month ago. At least. At least a month ago. Maybe longer. Why are you now just reporting on this? That's so weird. Wait, did I didn't even grab more. It's the whole reason I went over there. I got, like, and then Siege Deluxe Prowl reissue found at US retail. I don't even know why they reissued that. Like, sure, it's an okay Prowl figure, but I'm like, I know they want people to buy it, but apparently, according to leak listings, there might be finally an Earth Mode Prowl released at mass retail, kind of. I think it might be exclusive. It might not be, though. Is that an exclusive? It's either one of the Target exclusives next year for, like, Studio Series 86 40th, or Transformers the Movie's 40th anniversary, or it might be related to, or it's just a regular Studio Series release. Either way, I think there might be an Earth Mode Prowl that isn't from the stupid Earthrise 2-pack finally coming out, and who isn't battle damaged either. I don't know why they did that. The stupid battle damage packs, like, barely anyone bought those. And people wanted, like, Ironhide just got a new release, so that was, but it's like, people would have rather had that be the way you released Ironhide and Prowl. It's the same 2 characters that were in the Earthrise 2-pack, and you just made them die. You made them dead versions of them. Felt like a slap in the face, or I don't know, just not a good look. It's like, oh, you want these 2 characters? Too bad, we'll give them to you, but they're dead. Kind of rude, Hasbro. But now it's like they might finally release those with non-clear parts next year. It only took them, well, when did that 2-pack come out? 2 years ago? It's a long time. Maybe even 3 years ago. No, it was probably 2 years ago. Because since those were introduced, they've done like 2 Target 2-packs a year. Last year's was battle damaged, I think battle damaged Brawn and Ratchet, and the one before that was Ironhide and Prowl. So there's that. It is kind of weird, like, yeah, a lot of these reissues are definitely, like, I'm not sure if I'd say predatory, but they're very, like, oh, we're only doing this because we're gonna come out with a new one really soon, and we'd rather make some money off this mold one last time. Like, they're reissuing Earthrise Sunstreaker, finally, because that figure was stupid hard to get, but not only is he not as good as the latest version of Sunstreaker from the 5-pack from last year, we're also getting a new Sunstreaker, according to the leaks, next year as well. So in less than a year, there's going to be a new Sunstreaker out, which might be either a brand new figure or a better, more wider release of the 5-pack version, maybe with even improvements. So they're trying to get an inferior product out so people buy it before the new one comes out. Kind of scummy. And then one of the more warranted releases, like reissues this year, is Earthrise Thrust. They're finally reissuing him, but it's weird that they're doing it as an exclusive again. Another Target exclusive. He was originally a Target exclusive when they came out in late 2020, so barely any stores got him in. Barely anyone saw him at stores. It's weird because the other two Conehead reissues were mass release figures. So it's like, people who don't live in the US, like, sure, I guess they might find better ways to put that figure out. Like, maybe in Canada he'll be available through Toys R Us, for instance. Or in the UK it would be like their equivalent to Toys R Us type of thing. But it's like, he's still an exclusive. It'd be much better if he made a mass release, just like his two teammates. Sure, would they want to do that when they're just coming out with a new standard Seeker mold? So he's now out of date as well. And sure, they haven't announced new Coneheads yet, and I don't think we're getting any new Coneheads next year. But, so maybe they were like, well, we'd rather have a mass release for Thrust be a new mold. So this was the only way they thought about having that, instead of having two Thrust mass releases that are similar, like, within like 3 years. So from that perspective, maybe it makes sense. But Sunstreaker one, not really. If they're considering making a better Sunstreaker potentially next year. And then another weird one. Walmart got reissues for... There's a lot of reissues this time of year right now. Walmart got a reissue for Earthrise Runamuck. Another figure that came out in the final wave of Earthrise, but he was a mass release, just like Sunstreaker. The final wave of Earthrise didn't have a good distribution at all. You really only get it online, and if you didn't buy it online, then you pretty much never found it. They reissue him, and he's already the easier of the two battle chargers to find. Instead of reissuing the one that costs like double what he goes for, which is Runabout. He was a Target exclusive. He came out around the same time that Thrust did. And just like Thrust, barely anyone saw him in stores. I never did. And my Target's usually really good at stocking things. So It's really strange that they chose that one instead, or didn't chose not to reissue both at once. I imagine because they've reissued him now, they're going to reissue Runabout eventually. But when that happens, I don't know. Probably next year would be my guess. They're going to reissue him next year. But it doesn't even matter to me personally anymore, because I already have the Collectors Club ones. I bought those earlier this year instead, because I was tired of waiting for the Earthrise ones to get cheaper or whatever. And they were practically the same price as getting the Earthrise ones, if not cheaper in most cases. Like, some people try to sell both of them together for like $180. Whereas the Collectors Club ones, sure, they're not as accurate mold-wise, but they have a lot more details than the new ones do. And they would go for like $120 in comparison, so that's either the cheapest that the Earthrise ones go for, or generally cheaper somehow than the Earthrise ones go for. So, and sometimes they can be found even less than that. So, it's really strange. In often cases, if you find like timelines run amok and overrun at a comic shop, it's probably because the person who turned them in has the new ones. And I prefer the timelines ones. I like the added color they have, the added details, and I don't mind old molds. And you can make them a little more accurate depending on how you transform it, so it's not too bad. And I don't mind the inaccuracies. And I was like, well, potentially they might release a Decepticon ground soldier from Transformers Devastation, and that will definitely use the new Battle Charger mold. New, it's been out for 5 years, and they did. So I now have that Battle Charger mold. I got it the same year that I got the old Battle Chargers. Not the newer ones, the older ones. So it's like I have a representation of that mold. I know what those figures would be like. I don't need to get the newer ones. Okay, time to get more wood, because I at least want to finish that fence before I continue. And once I finish that fence, I'll probably end the stream. In the next stream, I'll finish this off and release the squids and fill in this center bit here. Well, probably fill this in, then release the squids. And finish this in, fill this in, finish the fence within this area, and then release the squids. So, finish that. Fill this in, finish the fence bit there, finish the fence there, then release the squids last. And then this will be done. For now. I'll definitely make some changes, but yeah, I think that's the right move, is to finish it up now and do the rest some other time, whether or not that's tomorrow night or a week from now. I don't know. How long have we been streaming? Close to 5 hours, or close to 6. 5 hours and like 58 minutes. Okay, that's just that. I can probably back away from the TV now. I don't need these yet. Or right now, I don't need those. Don't need the sword right now either. Let's go chopping wood. Just disconnected the controller. Let's see, how much battery do I have? 3 bars. Perfect. Sit back on the couch. I've been doing this non-stop for like 6 hours now. I haven't really eaten much. Well, at least I have food to eat. I hope I don't have to do 2 tree runs. I might though, unfortunately. I guess it's time to show you what this looks like on stream, because I previously did it, yeah, on camera, but 8 times speed. Yeah, I guess I'll shut this off. If you want a full tour of this and pretty much full tour of the overworld, you can check the last stream I did a few days ago, or a week ago, something like that. There's something nostalgic about like these Minecraft sounds. They haven't changed in all these years. At least this sound hasn't. Forget, did ladders used to make this noise? I don't know if I need this many axes, but I leave the stump so I know where to replant. Yeah, I probably don't need anywhere near this many. I probably only need like 2. Oh well, it's good to have extras. Yeah, that is hilarious that they finally report on those. I'm like, these have been out at retail either online for a few months and even in stores for quite a while, so don't know why you're only now reporting on this. It's like, you're late, TFW. It is kind of funny. It's like it kind of reminds me of, like, this is far more less important of a thing to report, I guess, than like finding the brand new wave. Like, that's far more important. But I remember last year I found the brand new, like at the time brand new, I think wave 3 or 4, I think like 4 of Legacy United, basically Slipstream, Quake. Yeah, it was wave 4. Slipstream, Quake, and G1 Universe Optimus Prime. I found those at a Walmart. The very same day they announced or they reported them being found for the first time. Also at a Walmart. I had no idea they had been reported found yet. So when I found them, I checked TFW to see if they had been reported yet. And it turns out they had a few hours earlier. So I thought that was very interesting. And I got Quake that day. I never got Slipstream and I never got Chew on Universe Prime. Which is just Toy Prime, Toy Style Prime, or Missing Link at Home, as some people call it. I think it's cool though. Sure, is it as good as Missing Link? No, of course not, but it's like a fourth of the price, so if not a fifth, so not too bad. And I have that mold now with that Ultra Magnus from the 4-pack, so not too bad. And if you want to get that Toy Prime and never saw it in stores, it's now in the discount packs at Walmart right now for like $15, if that's the correct price. And I don't know if that's going to be the full price for long, because I don't know if they'll increase it after, well, yesterday, because they were sold for Black Friday. So I don't know if they're still $15 at stores if you can find them. And I don't know if they were even $15 at stores and not just online. Let's try to get like at least 2 stacks, maybe 3 or 4. Maybe 4 would be better, because I need to make sticks and planks. Anything interesting on Okay. All I was gonna say was, let's check eBay real quick. Nothing new. My brother came in to heat up a sandwich. I'll just wait for this this axe to break. Yeah, I don't need anywhere near this many. You never know, I'm going to be using a lot of wood, not wool, wood anyway, so I'm going to be needing a lot of wood in the future, so it doesn't hurt to have this many axes. This thing has to be breaking soon. The only notable thing on eBay was, like, someone from Canada listed a Delta Magnus, the e-hobby one, for like $250 plus 25 shipping. And that's not even counting, like, I don't know, is there going to be any extra things for tariffs? I don't know if it'd be as bad from Canada, but who knows. And I got an offer for like 25 less, so it would be like 250 instead of 275. Like that. No, that's not really worth it. And also, this listing, it's a loose listing, and it doesn't have the sword or the other new accessory he came with, which probably borrowed from another figure anyway. It's just purely the Classics Prime stuff, so cool, but I don't think I'll get that. The GM Command or the Soundwave I was talking about are better ideas to buy anyway. Even though I don't really know if I have space for a Masterpiece Soundwave, but at least he's worth the price because you get like 5 other little figures with him that are really high quality versus just one figure. And that one figure is more expensive than that anyway, so not great. But to be fair, it's like if I ever were to, like, I wouldn't mind, like, yeah, 250 isn't terrible for that figure, especially when you compare it to like some other prices. But if there's extra costs that aren't visible, it's like, no. And I'd rather, like, I don't mind not getting the sword and the extra random accessory he came with. It's like, I care about Classics Prime, I don't care about whatever other thing he came with. Speaking of Classics Prime, that is a figure I did see this year. My local comic shop did get an inbox Classics Prime for like $75. Like, I think that was the first Classics Prime I've ever seen. I don't know if I've seen any other uses of that mold before in person. I wouldn't be surprised if I have, though. I just don't really remember, and I don't have photos from every single time I've visited the comic shop in the other city, because most of the photos for my visits to there are still locked on the old phone that screen broke, so or screen stopped functioning. So, and who knows if it'll even turn on after all this time if I did get the screen fixed. So then I'd want to transfer that off of the phone, if that's even possible. Yeah, so maybe I've come across them before, I just don't have any visual reference for it, and it's kind of hard to remember all the things I saw on shelf all those years ago. I've been going to that shop in the other city for years now, probably since 2018 or so. I've been going there. Like, one of the first things I got there when I visited there myself, I first became aware of it when my mom and my sister went to the city, probably for college scouting or whatever. Oh yeah, the axe broke. It's time to Go back. Why did I use 2 different axes? That I didn't need to use. And just so happened to go on the street it was on and walked in there, and they sent me, my mom sent me a picture and said, do you want me to get you anything? And I decided, can you get me the Legacy Collection 41st Elite Landing Platform Clone Trooper, the one on the antenna mold? They had that. It's like, oh, that's cool. I wouldn't mind you getting that, because I think JCC 224 at the time recently made a video on it, going over the 3 attempts it took Hasbro to make a decently accurate 41st Elite Landing Platform Clone Trooper. Basically the scene where they're prepping to go to Kashyyyk on Coruscant. The Clone Troopers in gray markings. Because pretty much they initially tried to do it with the skinny mold, which was the latest Clone Trooper mold up until very recently. They initially started to try to do that type of trooper with that mold in 3 3/4 Black Series, but they only got the gray lines on it, nothing else. Like, there wasn't any of the gray on the shoulders, the legs, or whatever. I don't know how the heck they've managed to do that. Then as a running change, they finally added those extra markings, but they were in a different color, like not gray, like a weird greenish gray color. Don't ask me how that happened. And then finally, when TVC came back in 2018, so it'd been around this time, they finally got it correct, and it was the only, and I think it still is the only new TVC figure released for Revenge of the Sith. They haven't made a new Revenge of the Sith figure besides that one. All the other ones are from Vintage Collection before it was brought back. So it's so strange to me. It's like, Revenge of the Sith is one of the most loved Star Wars movies ever, and yet this year was its 20th anniversary, but they didn't make a single Revenge of the Sith figure in TVC. They did in Black Series, but they didn't in TVC. Not a single one. I find that so bizarre. It's the 20th anniversary of, like, sure, at the time it was mixed, but people still liked it. But even now, one of the most beloved Star Wars movies of all time. The last George Lucas Star Wars movie, excluding the Clone Wars movie, but that wasn't meant to be a movie in the first place, so that was meant to be like 3 or 4 episodes of the show. And he liked it so much that he decided, let's release this as a movie. And I'm like, we have to change some parts to make this somehow fit together, right? I don't know, that's a little weird. But yeah, TVC, not a single Revenge of the Sith. Why am I having so much of a problem saying that? Not reading it. I'm not reading it. What the heck is wrong with me? Let's just say ROTS. That would be easier. ROTS. Revenge of the Sith. It's a bit harder to say quicker, so... Okay. But yeah, not a single one. That's so weird to me. I kind of had a feeling they were going to do that too. Like, just completely ignore that movie for its 20th anniversary in 3 3/4 in the 3 3/4 scale. They didn't ignore it for Black Series, but only barely. Like, I'm trying to think what they did for it this year. They did... I guess they didn't do it barely. They did quite a good amount. They did some retro card releases, so like a new Commander Cody, 501st Clone Trooper reissue, though it's a reissue of the newer one. It's pretty much just this Commander Apo figure that they did for the Kenobi series, which I don't even know why they called it that. Probably because it's like, well, we just did a 501st figure in the Archive series not too long ago, so they were probably like, well, to not confuse people, we might as well call this one something different, which is just stupid. I don't even know if he's supposed to be in that show. Maybe. But I don't know. It's not like he looks any different. Not going to get into that again. Then they did a Ayla Secura, I think, re-release on Retro Card. They did a new Magna Guard in like the blue variant, which is really cool. They did the Mustafar dual set for did it come out for Comic-Con or did it come out for Star Wars Celebration? I think it was Star Wars Celebration. They did... Surprisingly, I don't think they did a Commander Bly. I thought there was leaks for a potential new Commander Bly coming out. They did do Lieutenant Gale, though, which is awesome. One of the few Black Series clones to come out that I actually want to get. I used to buy almost all of them, but now it's like, no. After they changed molds, I was like, don't really feel like it anymore. 2018 was there. It was the period of time where I was really starting to be like, I'd rather get like 3 3/4 instead. More space efficient, more variety. What else? What else for? They didn't do Bakara. They didn't do Palpatine. They did those last year. In fact, those were the first Revenge of the Sith marked figures for Black Series in the new packaging. That packaging's been around for 5 years, 6 years even. 5 years by the time they did those two. I don't know why it took them so long. I don't know what Hasbro's obsession is with ignoring one of the best Star Wars movies, but whatever. Like, sure, it's probably because, well, we can make most of these characters in the Clone Wars line instead, and like, I get that. But why are you ignoring that movie? Like, that's my favorite Star Wars movie. My ranking would be Episode 3, Episode 5, Episode 4, and then probably Episode 6. Then I don't really know what would be after that. Probably Episode 2, then Episode 1. Like, Episode 1 has its issues, but I think most people really hate it more because it was the first new Star Wars movie since Episode 6, and it was so different. Whereas, like, if you look at it from a, like, so they hate how different it is, but, like, if you look at it as a trilogy as a whole, I don't know, in some ways Episode 1 might be better than Episode 2. Like, the dialogue isn't as weird in Episode 1 as it is in Episode 2. Sure, Are You an Angel's a little strange, but that's excusable. Like, the romantic dialogue between Anakin and Padme in Episode 2 is so weird. I would still say I prefer Episode 2. Just cooler things happen in it, to me. the final act of episode 1's great, and it's still a pretty good movie. But like, episode 2, you get the fight with Jango Fett. You get Obi-Wan and Anakin versus Count Dooku the first time. You get the clones being revealed. You get to see the clones arrive, the big battle on Geonosis. Cool starfighter duel over Geonosis between Slave One and Obi-Wan. Cool stuff. There's a lot of good things to like about any of the prequel movies. Their dialogue can be cringy at times, but it is very entertaining, nonetheless. Did I get all of them? Probably. If not, I got most of them. Okay. 4.5 stacks. Not too bad. Let's hope that's enough to complete that fence. It might not be, though. Is there any more? Obviously, there's the single release versions of the Anakin and Obi-Wan. Going back to the Black Series figures, how many Revenge of the Sith Black Series figures did they come out with this year? I think I got most of them. Like, I don't know, was there Shock T? Maybe. I don't know if that was a Revenge of the Sith version specifically, though. It may have been Attack the Clones. A good amount, though. It's a shame they completely ignored it for TVC, though, because that's the stuff I collect, but... Okay. But I had a feeling they were going to do that anyway. Why did my voice go weak there for a second? I haven't been using my phone that much. It's still at 44%, and I haven't really charged it. It's a weird video for TJ to make. DJ Omega, a guy who's been making Transformers reviews for 17 years almost, close to it. He'd made a video today that came out 9 minutes ago as of me speaking. Here's 10 Transformers toy lines that exist just to keep trademarks, and there's a Creo at the front of it. And I'm like, okay. Would that be like Bot Shots, Swapticons, Jada Toys Diecast, stuff like that. Might watch that later, but it's probably going to be pretty predictable. It's kind of funny how much they pushed Creo back in the day. Like, they really wanted to get into the Lego market. Here's Itchy. Did I already use all the planks? I guess I did, so that's the amount I'm going to have. That's probably enough. In fact, let's put these in here. It's probably more than enough. Might even be enough to complete the whole thing. Probably not. I might need a little more, but you never know. That is quite a bit. I guess we'll see. And then after I do this, I'll finally have a reason to end the stream. And I'll continue it some other day. Just checking to see if the audio is recording. That would have been terrible if I was not recording what I've been saying for the last, like, hour. Oh yeah, yesterday, I think actually no, it was for Thanksgiving. Yesterday was Black Friday. 2 days ago. Next year's Walmart exclusives that aren't the retro waves. I don't know if they're doing more than one more wave of those or not. It might not be, I don't know. They've already announced the third wave, which is next year's, but they might be doing a fourth wave of those. I don't know. Next Walmart wave, assuming it comes out, because unfortunately, this year's Walmart wave, excluding the retro figures, like, because that's not a wave, that's just one-off releases. It's not like one of those capsule line waves. Got canceled. Besides for the 2 deluxes that were part of it. If not, there may have even been more than 2 deluxes. But the Voyagers and above were canceled, which is unfortunate because they may have made a Skywarp out of Cybertron Starscream they came out with last year, and I know for a fact TJ was looking forward to that because he's been wanting a figure like that for decades. But unfortunately it never came out because apparently Walmart didn't want it because they didn't think it would sell. So much for Transformers Cybertron's 20th anniversary. The entire wave that was, well, most of the entire wave that was meant to celebrate it got cancelled. Okay, yeah, I do have a good amount left. To be fair, the 2 deluxes were the only things really had super concrete information on. The other, like, 3 or 4 things were very vague. Like, oh, it was Black Starscream, so that's Skywarp. Everything else is like, what would the leader be? What would were you gonna do, like another Vector Prime? Like, we just got Vector Prime, so it is kind of curious to see what that would have been, but I don't know if they're at liberty to talk about that. Because they might still plan on releasing those later some other way. Because I'm sure they had mock-ups already. I swear I saw a squid in there for a second. Let's see, where is the fence? Right here, so yeah, it's in the middle of this, so I can't extend that. So how long have we streamed for? Or, I don't know, I say we. Who is we? It's me. 6 hours, 36 minutes. Jeez. Okay. I only accomplished this much. Only accomplished half of it. So yeah, if I continued, this is probably a 12-hour stream. No thank you. 12 and a half. 13 hour. You can see this is what I was talking about. They spawn here, but then they'll probably beach themselves. When they would spawn here, I would have a hole there, and I would push them in there so they could join the other ones in there, but I'd have to name tag them first so they don't despawn. There's already 10 in there with name tags, so I don't really need more of these. It's kind of funny to see one spawned there for once. If I ever think of any more names, because I already thought of 18 squid pun names, then I will put more in there. I'm sure they'll continue spawning for a while because I don't think they have any real reason to fix this bug if it's a bug that doesn't affect anything. but we'll see. In fact, let's go over all the names, because I'm gonna write it down on a board anyway, just to keep track of them all. Let's see, who is this? We have Squilliam, named after Squidward's rival from, I forget. We have Humboldt, as in Humboldt squid, a large species of squid. We have Mr. Squidward. We have Colossal, as in the colossal squid. Which are these for? Derpinator, which is named after one of the items in the Derpy Squid mod. Glitch, because it's a bug that these things will even spawn anyway, because they didn't realize that they didn't code it to only spawn in the overworld under those conditions. Splatfest, named after the events in the Splatoon games, which is a series of games on Nintendo systems where you play as squids, at least normally. And then Glowy Boy, which is the nickname that Filza gave them. I think that's all of them in here. I probably should have been counting on my fingers. That seems correct, though. Which one of these? Splatfest, okay. That should be all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's all of them. So now to go for another, check out the other 10. Kind of wish I had a boat, but I don't, so I'm going to have to swim this. Should be 10 in here. Why did I say it like that? They're just not loaded in right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's probably some more at the very end. Which one are you? Derp? As in a derpy squid. We have you're a kid, you're a blank, which is you're a kid, you're a squid, which is the saying from, I think, the first Splatoon trailer. We have number 2 in potatoes. Basically, in Technoblade's Potato Wars series, his rival was named Squid Kid. And because he lost, he is number 2 in potatoes on Skyblock. And on Hypixel. Not anymore, neither of them are number 1, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. Here we have whale bait, as in reference to giant squids versus sperm whales. We have bioluminescence, they're glow squids, so they have that. Poor fossil record, basically because of how squids' bodies are composed. They almost never fossilize because they decompose so quickly and so rapidly. Well, quickly and rapidly are the same thing. What am I saying? We have Butter, another Skydust Minecraft reference. That's like 3 now. Blooper, the squid enemies from Mario. High Ballistic Squid, which is a YouTuber I watched a lot as a kid. And Kraken, which is a giant mythological squid. Any more? I wasn't counting again, so I don't know if there's more. I'd imagine not, because I would have seen them by now. Let's count. This is a group of 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. So yeah, that's all of them. Yeah, there's 6 over here and there's 4 over there. The fence is to protect them so they don't leave this area. If they leave this area, they will beach themselves and suffocate. So this exists to keep them alive, because if they ever patch the bug where they spawn, even though it doesn't hurt the game in any way, and in fact it's kind of useless and no one will ever see it because you'd have to place water at this level and have a roof over it for them to even spawn. Like, if they ever patch that for whatever reason, they have no real reason to, but if they ever did, I want to keep them alive so they don't disappear and go extinct from the end. Okay. So that's all 18 squids. That's a good half of this project done. I will come back in the next few days, whenever that is. Could be the next few days, could be another week. Whenever I have time alone. To finish this. And then after that, I guess I'll move on to that half. Or filling this in. Probably the walls first. I guess I'll see you guys later. Bye.